Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. I just realized I put up the wrong announcement because today is one of our talking days. It is the last Friday of the month. So I put up the wrong announcement. It happens. Let me see if we can fix that. Where are we at here? It's weird. I keep hearing little clicking noises. That is odd. I guess I am making noises. Let's see, we need this. Just fixing some things, then we'll go and see who's in. Who is in today? Yeah, it's already going to be one of those days, isn't it? Yep. Well, it's Friday, so we can do with a little oopsies. Let's see, I think we used that one. We'll just use this one for today and see what happens. So I forget which one I used. I probably use this one. Okay, so that should fix that. All right. Yay! Let's see who got here today first. Today we got, oh, I know what's going on. Let's go over here for a second. No, that's not going on. Weird. There's audio on somewhere because something keeps clicking. I will find it eventually. It will hide for now. Let's see who got in first today. First today was Yugal. Yugal's been first 84 times. Oni Demon was second, continuing his march to 100. He is now at 88. Let's see. Frantic was third and has been third 53 times. Now, since today technically is the last day of the month for shows, because Monday will be the 2nd, let me pull our monthly count up here. If you guys are hearing that click as well, let me know, because something's making a clicking noise now and then. I don't know what it is. Next time I hear it, I'll say something, and you guys can tell me if you can hear it too. All right, let's pull this up. Yep, that's what we want. Okay, so here's the current counts. All time, Yugal has been first 84 times. Oni Demon has been second 88 times. And Frantic has been third 53 times. Those are our top all times, which also seem to match our this month's totals. So Oni Demon and Yugal have been first 19 times this month, and Frantic has been third 12 times this month. So that is our new count for the month, and we should be doing good. Yay! So that's this month. Soon we're going to go to this a sideways one where we can just look at the whole year in the thing. This is something I'm starting to set up now, and then it'll be. I have a lot of coding to do on it, but we'll get it all working. So there we are with that. Good job, guys. The three of you. Thank you for being first, second, and third tonight. Good morning, Master Sprite. Good morning, Grumpy Otter. Good morning, Santu. There was a click. Something is definitely making a noise somewhere. Weird. Nothing's open. Let's see. Chryson, good morning. Believe, good morning. Michelle, good morning. Who is first? So you guys are up to 75 streaks. Wow. That's pretty high. I remember when everybody was trying to get to 42. To beat the whoever those people was. Okay. Jack back. Good morning. Alrighty. Level Design Joe. Hi guys. I'm new to the channel. What is Blizz Film on the license plate? That was the license plate for my Cobra way back in the day. In fact, today's shirt, and we'll get to it, is one of my Blizzard Film shirts. For those of you that do not know, I was an employee of Blizzard Entertainment from 1991 to 2014. And have done a lot of stuff with them. But I did have a 1966 AC Cobra with the Blizz Film license plate. When I moved to Cambridge in the UK, I sold the car after having it for over 20 years. Okay, something keeps making a noise. Top of the morning. Yeah, Barbarian Joe. Yeah, I don't know who that person was. I don't remember ever seeing them, but I don't remember them ever saying anything. But he had the streak at 42 for a long time, and then you guys kind of took all that over. Today's shirt is, our shirt of the day is a Blizzard Film shirt from way back in the day. So it says Blizzard Film. Okay, now that's driving me nuts. Is the camera audio on? Weird. There's definitely a sound coming from somewhere. I just don't know where. But is one of my Blizzard Film shirts. I'll move this over here so I can see it. Yeah, it didn't make a noise in here, so maybe my microphone is going out. It's highly possible. Put that there. Let's see if that helped. No, it didn't help. Okay, our movie of the day is Excalibur, made in 1981, 45 years ago. Merlin the Magician helps Arthur Pendragon unite the Britons around the round table of Camelot, even as dark forces conspire to tear it apart. The number of today's stars in this movie is amazing. Yeah, Liam Neeson was in this. I think it was his first film, in fact. And he got it. He got the job because of his girlfriend, Helen Mirren. Yeah. Which you would not recognize the Helen Mirren today with the Helen Mirren then. Because she played Morgana. Yeah. Is it a very long movie? How long is that movie? It is 2 hours and 20 minutes. So yeah, it was a long movie for the time. But let's look at some images here, because Helen Mirren was pretty, well, she's still pretty hot, but she was pretty hot then too. So that's Helen Mirren there in the middle. Let's pull this up a little bit. Okay. Let's see who else. There's, yeah. And you'll also see Patrick Stewart's in here too. Let's get past all this to some images here. Helen Mirren. See, yeah, that's Helen Mirren. And somewhere in here, I'm looking for him. Patrick Stewart's in here too. I don't think he has hair in this one though. Whereas in I, Claudius, he has hair. It was a really good movie. I really enjoyed this movie. I think they would have shown a picture of Patrick Stewart by this point, but apparently not. I know he's in here. Where is he? Okay. Nope, nope, nope. Because he's one of the Knights of the Round Table, but I'm not seeing him. Oh well. He tried. But it's a pretty cool movie, and one thing that I found absolutely fascinating is the lighting in the movie, and this is a perfect example of the lighting. Every single time Excalibur is in a shot, there's green lights all over the place. So because Excalibur's up here, all these green lights, the director put all these green lights in here, and it's actually, so anytime that you see Excalibur, the green lights are going. So it's a fascinating way to do it, but it's pretty cool. But he hid them kind of behind rocks and all kinds of things. So, see, now I have this quest to find Patrick Stewart, because I know he's in here. There's Liam Neeson. Yeah. But I think this was, like I said, I think this is one of his first movies, or was his first movie. We'll look in a minute. Sorry about the butt. No, I'm not seeing Patrick Stewart. I give up. All these pictures. No Patrick Stewart. What the hell were they thinking? I know he's in there. There, that was Liam Neeson back there. Yeah. But I'm not going to go through the other 100 pictures looking for it. I know he's in there. There's Liam Neeson. Here's Patrick Stewart. So see, he is in there. But if I remember correctly, let's look at Liam's list here. I think it was one of his first movies, or was his first movie. Let's go way back here. Okay, it wasn't his first. It was close. Oh well, it was his third movie. Because 78 he did that, 79 that, and then Excalibur. So it was his third movie. But he was dating Helen Mirren at the time, is my understanding. And then she suggested him. I think Gabriel Byrne's in there too. I forget. Let's look. Back. Why are you not working? Have we lost the internet? Not impossible. Okay, let's go to here, see if I can... No, okay, we're still... Internet's still alive, but IMDb is not working. IMDb is not backing off. Okay. Okay, so... Let's see who's in here. Nicholas K. Gabriel Byrne, yeah, Gabriel Byrne. He plays Uther. He plays Arthur's dad. Liam Neeson, Patrick Stewart, Hines. Yeah. Lots of people. Nigel Terry. I think Nigel Terry just. Yeah, it's been recently as Nigel Terry died. Oh, it's 10 years ago. Sorry, not recently. This feels recently. Yeah, yeah, they're all heading out. Yeah, she was in a lot of things. Frankenstein. Cool. Still working. A lot of them are still working. It's all good stuff. Okay. Liam Neeson, yes. Is this the very long movie? It's 2 hours and 20 minutes. I remember watching this movie, and at the time it was very long one. Yep. Yeah. You can tell the age of a film on whether Patrick Stewart has hair or not. That is true. But the only thing I remember Patrick Stewart having hair in, and because I don't remember if he had hair in Excalibur, but is I, Claudius, which was a miniseries from 1976. And Patrick Stewart had hair in that. Let me see if I can find a picture of it before I pull it up here. Let's see. And I remember this movie because, oh, there he is. So if you've ever wondered what Patrick Stewart looks like with really bad hair, this is Patrick Stewart in 1976 in a TV series called I, Claudius. Yes, Gabriel Byrne was in there. So there's your Patrick Stewart with hair. That's from I, Claudius. I don't think he had hair in Excalibur. Ah, something's in my left eye. Let's look at the overall pictures in a different way here, see if we can get a quick find here, because it'd be down here towards the bottom. I don't remember him having hair. So IMDb's having problems. Where are you at, Patrick? Okay, there is Neeson, Gabriel Byrne. Who's Gabriel Byrne from this movie? And he looks exactly the same as he does now. Except for the extremely large right ear, but that's a whole different issue. Come on. Yeah, IMDb is very slow today. I'm gonna find Gabriel Byrne, not Patrick Stewart. He's in here. Because he's there when Arthur pulls the sword out. Ah, there he is. He's got a mustache and a beard. There's Patrick Stewart. Can't tell if he has hair because he has the headgear on, but he definitely has a mustache and beard. Too funny. You get so used to someone with no hair, it always amazes you when they had hair. But he's been around a long time. For all the stuff that he's done, oh geez. Alrighty, any more of Patrick Stewart? No, not really. Speak the words. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, something's going on with my sound. Because I should not have heard myself sneezing like that. Huh. That That means something somewhere is live. That is muted. This is muted. This doesn't need muting. This doesn't need muting. That's not it. Weird. So somewhere my sound is picking up from something else. Maybe it's the camera? It's hard to say. Let's see if that comes up in a second. All right, album of the day. Today's album is Jeff Buckley's Grace, released on Tuesday, August 23rd, 1994, 32 years ago. Songs include Mojo Pin, Grace, Last Goodbye, Lilac Wine, So Real, Hallelujah, Lover You Should Have Come Over, Corpus Christi Carol, Eternal Life, Dream Brother. Thank you. Thank you, Frantic. So that is today's thing. So, begin one of our talking days. What do you guys want to talk about? What is on your mind? Did he wear a wig to a Star Trek edition? That's funny. So, all in all, guy's had an amazing career. Patrick Stewart is who I'm talking about. And Excalibur was, let's see, way back here. Yeah, he'd been in a lot of TV shows before that. Anthony and Cleopatra. The Gathering Storm. Yeah, he'd done a lot of TV before Excalibur. But as far as movies go, he is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It was his 8th movie he was in. So. Let's see if I have any of these TV shows he was in from the 70s. He did his first TV show when I was 3, so in 1964. He's an old guy. Very damn old. Let's see, what did he do after Excalibur? Plague Dogs was the next movie he did. Oh, and then Dune, of course, because he was in Dune. Everybody forgets that he was in the original Dune movie in 1984. And then Life Force, which was his porch movie, which is where we got the idea about the porch. On my mind is how sloppy AI has gotten and how hard Microsoft has been trying to promote Linux. Well, Linux looks like Windows now. I'm kidding. That's what their latest advertisement is. Yeah, AI's gotten pretty sloppy. The problem is there's not enough money to throw at it to make it good. Because it's already, to keep AI working and keep AI functional, it takes a lot of money and a lot of power. It's not like AI, your AI is just like one little computer that runs it all. It's massive. Distros can be made to look like Windows. Yeah, and that's what they're advertising now is Linux looks like Windows. I don't watch a lot of advertising, so that's the last one that I saw. So that was like a week ago. Okay. Yeah. But you'd be surprised. Like the guy that plays Odo, that's another one that you're surprised how old he was and how far back his his career went. If you know who I'm talking about, I think he's Deep Space Nine. No, not Deep Space Nine. Is it Deep Space Nine? Let's see. Deep Space Nine. I believe that's what he's from. Yeah. The guy that plays Odo, his name is Rene. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. You will recognize him. Let me pop him up here. Oh. He should be up. This guy. But he goes back to, like, even in television, way back. Because he was, like, on, like, Columbo's and all kinds of shows like that way back in the beginning of time. Because he goes back to 64 as well. That's right, he was the original Father Mulcahy in the movie MASH. Not the TV show, but the movie. But did a lot of TV stuff. Lots of stuff. Night Gallery, I remember him from the Night Gallery. Night Gallery was, for those of you that don't know, Night Gallery is the show that Rod Serling did after Twilight Zone. Yeah. But yeah, his career goes so far back. And like Ellery Queen, which used to be one of my favorite shows, he was in one of the Ellery Queens. He was on the Jeffersons once. You know, they were moving on up. You know, Saturday Night Live in 1975, which was the first year of Saturday Night Live. You know, the Rookies. I remember that TV show. He was in King Kong in 1976. Oh, that's right. He was in Black Sheep. I forgot that, which was the Bionic Woman. He did 2 episodes of Rhoda. Yeah, there you go. Man from Atlantis. God, that show was so bizarre. The Man from Atlantis was a bizarre show because it was a guy that was like a fish. He was half fish, half man. And it was played by Patrick Duffy. And it was really freaking weird. I think it only went 1 season, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 17 episodes. So there was only 17 episodes of it. But it was basically someone's idea was, I want to see Patrick Duffy. Oh, look. It's King Tut. From Batman, the Batman series way back when. But Patrick Duffy, this was things he was doing before Dallas. But they would show him swimming, and it was just hilarious. But the show was huge for about a minute, and then people went, "What the hell am I watching?" But this guy, I was surprised how old this guy is, or was. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us. Oh, 6 years already. Wow. But he was in everything. Oh my God. Yeah, and of course Deep Space Nine too. And, cool fun. The Man from Atlantis, 17 episodes. I tried to find it on DVD so I could add it to my system, but I couldn't find it. I Need No Name is at 75. So here we are. We have done our shirt of the day, which is a Blizzard film shirt. We've done our movie of the day, which is Excalibur. We've done our album of the day, which is Jeff Buckley's Grace. We are all good. We are all caught up. We do have an audio problem, but it seems to be okay. Because you guys don't seem to hear it, so something somewhere is on that I can't find. What is this over here? No, I need to go there later. We can close that. But it gives the impression that there's a open mic somewhere, but I only have one mic on. So we're getting sound from somewhere. And it's on a bit of a delay. That's why I thought, okay, well maybe it was something over here, but everything's off over here. Yeah, see, that's not it. Interesting. So, why is Gods? Thank you very much for the follow. Can you guys on no, it's there. Okay. Because for some reason our dang, come on. Very interesting. Okay, that doesn't have sound. Turn the sound off there. For some reason, I couldn't hear the music on the Twitch site, but then it came up, so it's working. Let's see, let me look in Discord here real quick and see if there's any questions. Huh? Or Patrick Stewart with hair. Cute. That's pretty damn funny. It looks really bizarre with hair. Well, I'm one to talk. If you cut my hair into proper dad haircut, then I look pretty weird too. Okay, let's go. Where are we at? Only 11:30. Yeah, it is such a difference. So everything not up is now turned off. I haven't heard the click for a while. You do this. Okay, it is, something is still live somewhere. Something is still feeding back through my microphone. Okay. Yep. Yep. So I'm getting feedback through my microphone. I don't know what's doing it. Okay. Not a feedback, but a second sound coming through somewhere. Sounds good on our end, I think. Yeah, I think it's an internal thing. Either my camera or something is feeding back audio. I just don't know where from. No, Discord doesn't have anything on. Looking here, no. I don't have audio on in Discord that I know of. There's no voice channels open. Mute. I'll mute that just in case. There, that's muted now. Nope, it's still there. No channels are gone. The fact that I can hear anything, I can even hear myself just a little bit with a delay, so something's off somewhere. Oh, I'm getting a second voice from somewhere. But everything's muted, everything's turned off. I don't have any software running that would do that. Nope, no, no. What is this? No. Yeah, as far as I know, nothing is. That's muted, so even if it was on, it wouldn't be making a noise. No, because the OBS one, it would have, here, let's try this. Let me open this real quick. And we're going to take all of these. Tell me if the background music disappears or anything like that, because all that should be here, on here, should be me. So if I turn these off, media source 1, no. What we want is mix. Yes, mix stays on 1. Mix stays on 1. And then we should be able to turn everything else off. No music, no sound. Is the microphone now working? Voice is back, but no music, right? Yeah, for some reason, and it's been like this, music should have come back on. For some reason, because the way I have it set up is I have it set up for voices on track 1, music is on track 2, etc., etc., and everything else is on track 3, 4, 5. But they did an update of OBS a short time ago, and now everything has to be on 1, or it won't play. So technically there's nothing else. All the monitoring is off. Everything else is turned off. So you shouldn't hear it. I shouldn't hear it all. But the problem is that I won't hear you guys talking. So I have to turn that on so that I can hear you guys talk. Yeah. Because it used to be all on, everything else except for my voice was on track 3. Music was on track 2, and then my voice was on track 1. And then suddenly it stopped working when they did an update. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what it's doing, but it ain't doing it right. Yeah, so we have music, we have that. We do this, see if the delay's still there. Yep. So it's still picking it up from somewhere. Let me try this. Let me go back to this real quick. I'm going to turn my mic off just for a moment. In this. Let's go. This is the mic. Yeah, with the mic off, it's still doing it. So something's going on. Weird. So it must be the camera then. Those are off. This is off. Media source, which is our camera, I believe. No, that would be off as well. Yeah, so somewhere I have there's another mic on that I don't know, and I'm assuming it's the camera, but I can't adjust the camera from here. So let's see, properties. Where is the audio? Capture audio only. No. Buffering, color, space. Yeah, there's no audio settings. There is no audio setting for the camera. Let's look under filters. Nope, that's just the source record, which it should be doing. All right, well, who knows? We have our music, we have this, we have that. Okay. So other than my problems here with technical issues and a voice that I don't know where it's coming from, I know it's mine, I just don't know where it's coming from. How you guys doing? Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. So Windows Audio does not show anything. No. Looking at the controls, it's not coming up. Opening sound settings. Our headphones is our output, which is true. Where is our input list? Microphone's the only thing that's on. So this is the NVIDIA broadcast. Yep, that's all good. This is all good, true. Yeah, let's try maybe this. Let me close this. This shouldn't be doing anything, but let's close it. Aha! That is the stupidest thing ever. Okay, so here's what's going on. I figured it out, and it's stupid. So because my iPad died this morning, the battery won't charge anymore. There's a whole bunch of shit going on with it. So I've had to switch over to, for my monitor stuff, I had to switch over to the camera software for the monitoring stuff. And I have the monitor, it running in the background. And apparently the audio for one of my cameras is in the other room that I think is probably the one for the backyard is running. And so what I need to do, that's where it's picking it up. That's not what we want to do. So what's happening is that sound from in here is going to the other room, being picked up by the monitor cameras, and is feeding back into the software that the security company uses that I have up. Usually I have it up on my iPad and audio's off, where because I had it up on here, for some reason audio's on. So I just need to turn audio off on that or turn it off. Let's see. So it seems like because the microphone is on one of those cameras, because it has to be. So when someone sneaks in here and kills me, it'll pick up the sound of me being killed. So, because that's what you want. And the security people can watch me die and listen to me scream when it comes time. So I have closed that and the sound is now gone away. Cool, we can put it on YouTube. Yes, you can. More than likely they will anyway, so. They do a pretty good job though, because I had a neighbor messing around with stuff outside a couple weeks ago. The person kept circling my house. When I say circling my house, I think what he was doing is he's testing the security system to see when I was going to come out and yell at him. because he would come into the yard and then he would circle the house. Then he would slowly then the next time he would get a little bit closer to where he was walking on my patios, front and back patios. You know, and I think he was just testing to see when the security system was going to tell him to get the hell off my property. So what I did instead is I walked out there and said, is there something, because he was doing it again, and I'm like, I walked out there and I go, is there something I can do for you? Because my security company keeps calling me. We have video of you doing XXX, and I listed off everything he did over the last few hours that he was doing it. And I go, what do you want? Because this is not going to end well. So tell me right now, what is it you want to know? And he's like, oh, I was just having a cigarette. I was just walking around. I go, no, you're not just walking around. You're on my patio. You're obviously checking the security system to see where the holes are. I have you on video. My security company has you on video. You know, what are you going to do? Because you might as well just get to it now, because we're not gonna play this game. And he did all this apologizing and backed off my because I caught him on the property. And it wasn't like he was just, oh, I'm standing on the edge of the property. No, he was, when I went out there to talk to him, he was stepping onto my front porch. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing, dude? He hasn't done it since, so. But it's not the first time he's done it either. This time he just did it like over 3 hours. He'd come onto the property and onto the porches like 3 times. Well, I hope I put up enough fight to where it'd be longer than a short. Well, because he got caught. Yeah, he's from the neighborhood. He's from 2 houses down. You know, and the people that lived in the house between us recently moved out. So I thought, okay, well, he was scoping out their yard. But then he started, like, creeping around my porches and stuff. And I'm like, no, we're not going to play this game. And it also saves me the trouble, because eventually, if it continued, I'd shoot him. And that would not be a good thing. But I have enough video content that I can show. If I was in Texas, they go, yeah, he needed killing. Yep. All joking aside, no, you can't creep around people's houses. It's not a good thing. Especially these days, because you don't know what they're doing. They don't know who you are, so. If it was my dad, he'd already be sprawled out on the grass. So. But I think that going out and talking to him and just saying, look, I know what you're doing, please stop. Yeah. And if he stops, he stops. If he doesn't, then there's other ways to deal with things like that. But he hasn't come on the property since, which is good. Well, unfortunately, I rent this house, so I can't put a fence up. Or I would put a fence up. So, when I move and buy a house, there will be a fence. We are. We can be very, very friendly until you cross a certain line. Once that line's crossed, we can be absolutely vicious. My dad made sure that we were capable of handling that part as well, because that was his job. He worked for one of the 3-letter agencies and took it all very seriously. Yeah, you do put your bins. People do make enclosures for their bins because they don't want other people putting trash in their trash bins. Yeah. But that's human beings. Humans, we are odd creatures, and we always have been. You know. But I am from the middle of I am from the middle of nowhere, Scry. We have hike and ski across huge fields and forests, etc. If a person didn't want you on the land, they would just ask. Most people would just wave, ask where you come from and where you're going. True. And that's what you do most of the time. And that's why I went out and just said, hey, dude, what's up? Yeah. At least 6'4" fence with a sign at the top that reads, you must be this tall to take a peek. That's funny. But I come from a family that is very much, you step on my land, I shoot you. We'll talk about it later. I'm not even tall enough to look over that fence, so I'm all good. Yep. I mean, I mean, when I wear my boots, I can be like 6'3". But yeah, whatever. I don't wear my boots that often, so. Because I'm about, I think last time I measured, because as you get older, you do shrink. Last time I measured, I was 6'1". When I was a kid, or when I was in my 20s, I was about 6'1.5". Oh well. You want a fence where only Richard Osman and Greg Davis can peek over. I wouldn't mind Greg Davis peeking over, in all honesty. Honestly, if you screw with us, we won't like the results. Yeah, pretty much. Greg Davis, I would go out and talk to him. I think he's a very funny guy. Like I did research, for some amount of people, city in America can be up to 4 times the size compared to here. Yeah, I remember in Cambridge, I was very surprised how, though Cambridge was densely packed, it wasn't like, it still had a very much like small village feel to it. Whereas cities in the U.S. they're spread out more, but they're not as inviting and comfy. Because I don't think I went anywhere in the UK that I didn't feel unwanted. Whereas in the US, there's a lot of times you go places and you feel unwanted, or you get the impression that they don't want you there. And that's too bad, because there's a lot to learn from everybody. Good, bad, indifferent. All fun stuff. But Cambridge was really, really fun. I enjoyed it. All the people were real nice. It was all good stuff. Here is the thing that puzzles me and a lot of Americans when I mention it. We have 130 million people in the U.S., and the U.S. is huge. Even if we have a dense city centers, Japan has 120 to 300 million or so people, and they all live in a place the size of California. I've seen Japan once from the sky. I was coming back from South Korea, and I'm flying, and I always get a window seat because I like looking out the window. And I'm looking out the window, and I realize, oh wow, there's Mount Fuji. you know, because Mount Fuji is very much, you can't miss it. And then we come over Mount Fuji, and the city is like, I've never seen a city that big in my lifetime, you know, with the skyscrapers and all that stuff. But it went literally forever. And we're flying over it, and I'm like, I totally get that there's that many people in that small area. You know, lurking time. Need to put up laundry. Okay, cool. I have lived in the U.S. for 20 years. Most small towns are not inviting. That is true. Some British ones aren't either. So if you're in trouble if you walk into a store and they go, "Are you a local?" Run. Don't leave that town immediately. You'll end up as lunch if you don't. There are a few corners here and here where people don't like strangers, but usually they'd get someone to walk over to you, ask if you're lost, and help you get out. Yeah. Some small towns are creepy. Anywhere. That is true. I always joke that my mom's family is from a small town. It's a town literally called 100. And the reason it's called 100 is because in the 1800s, 100 people moved there and had been inbreeding there ever since. It's where you hear things like a six-fingered man can play the shit out of a banjo. That's all I'm saying. And there was nothing worse because I spent a summer there with my great-grandmother. And when you hear the banjo echoing through the mountains, you really want to go anywhere but there. Huh? They also have all the flipper kids that can swim the hell out of a pond. If America has a creepy town, it's a couple 100 years old. European countries have hundreds and hundreds of years of creepy. True. But I think that's what the League of Gentlemen is all about. That show cracked me up. Are you a local? Having Deliverance movie flashbacks. That is true. They are out there. America needs castles. No, they don't. If you put Americans in castles, they will start little wars about them. So you don't want to do that. Yeah, we have bunkers, that is true. Which cracked me up because when COVID happened and everybody had to isolate, you would think all the preppers were like ready, because that's kind of the whole point, right? And they were the first to complain about having to stay home and stay alone. So I don't think this prepping stuff is going to end up being what they think it's going to be should something else happen. Because they were the first to say, I'm not staying home. But you built everything you need to survive. Yeah, they were the ones that ran out of toilet paper first, but they can be resource caches, but the problem with preppers is they also cache a lot of weapons. COVID was okay as far as like the isolation thing. The only thing I asked for when I was in Cambridge over COVID was, please, as soon as anybody can go back into the office, please let me come back to the office. Because, and I'm still struggling with it now, is living and working in the exact same building sucks. I find it very, very difficult, even for this, because like this is, it's all the same building. I literally come downstairs, get ready, come in here. If I had my way, I would have a office somewhere and go to that office and do the stream from that office. In which I would do if this stream made any money, but the stream doesn't make any money at all. So I think this month it made like $120 or something like that, which is not enough to go and get an office somewhere. Yeah. You know how most video games have a type of goblin hoarders? In a zombie apocalypse, that's the preppers. Because they might have all the guns, but they've also end up shooting themselves. That is true. Yeah. Because the problem with a lot of preppers is they consider everybody an enemy, and that's too bad. As you are, you can only shoot so many guns at once. It's true. That's why they get guns that shoot more bullets than any other gun will at once. Yeah. Because my dad, he used to like his Uzi. He really liked his Uzi. Zombies. There's zombies. But he made sure that we could shoot anything, so. But an Uzi can't aim for shit further than 10 meters. Well, he was very close. He liked to be very close to the things he was shooting, so. And it's been 30 years. Because he died 25 years ago. Yeah, wow. Because I think he died in 2001, 2000, somewhere around that area. Is it against... I don't know. I wouldn't do that anyway. No. Well, in some states it is legal to smoke pot. I don't because I'm allergic to THC, but which actually saved me because when I did smoke pot in high school before I found out that I was allergic, it just made me stupid. And I found that I don't like being stupid. It's not something I like to do. You can have a stream of growing a plant that happens to be procures to drugs, but you can't use drugs on stream. Okay, well, we got that down. We will not be using drugs on stream. And no, that was not me ironically putting drugs in my mouth while we were on stream. That was me reaching into the snacks and eating my snacks. Even if it's legal in your state, you're still not allowed to advertise it. Same goes for guns. Yeah, like I've said, I don't do any drugs, so it doesn't matter. And my guns are very much locked up the way they're supposed to be. So, in fact, I think if you talk to my boys, I don't think they saw any of my guns ever. Because there's no reason to. The Taka coating is difficult. I'm going to try again this weekend. But I've had some problems with it. I've eaten them all, and I showed them on thing. I did some chocolate coated tart cherries, which were amazing, tasted amazing, but extremely stuck together. Lots of problems. So it's something I still have to learn. I'm still learning because I don't know how to keep them from being like stuck together. Yeah. So chocolate coating, even though I have everything, is still very difficult. And it's still something I have to learn. Because the trick that, like, maybe it's one of the things I thought about, and I talked about this before, and Frigg and I were talking about it, is you're going to do something like tart cherries, which are not completely like rock hard solid dried out. It's probably better to like freeze them first and then put them in the tumbler to cover in things. But I thought about that and I got, well, that might put too much moisture in them. So I thought that I would put them in a dehydrator for like 24 hours, pull as much moisture out of them as possible, then try to coat them in chocolate and see how that goes. Because when they're tumbling, they get all clumped together. So you have to get like some food gloves and reach in there and break them up while they're tumbling. But because the tart cherries are moist and gooey, it's hard to pull them apart. Sounds like making chocolate covered cucumbers would be a pain. Yeah, you'd have to dry them all out. So what I thought I would do is just, and then another thing I learned is, because I did 2 batches. I did a batch with the mixed nuts that I eat every day. And what I found out was doing nuts of assorted sizes all at once, don't do that. So I have to go back to before I put them in, before I mix them together, to chocolate coat them one kind of nut at a time first before making the mix of them. But you definitely have to dry everything out, I think, is the way to do it. So I thought I would take, for the next test, and I'll probably set it up tonight, is I'll take my dehydrator out, and I'll put all the remaining tart cherries in there for 10 hours. And really pull all the moisture out of them, and then try to do that. Try to tumble the chocolate into them. Now, another thing I did, and this is because of UK, is when I was in the UK, Cadbury was making these test candy bars called Dark Milk. I don't know if they've gone full production with them yet, but they took really, really dark chocolate and mixed it with milk chocolate and made these candy bars that were amazing. So what I did was I took Ghirardelli's 72% cocoa dark chocolate chips and some milk chocolate chips and then melted them together. And then used that to tumble the cherries with. And they were amazing tasting. They were just all clumped together. You have to break them up because what happens is because you have to put the chocolate in when the chocolate's warm and flowing. So as it starts to dry, they stick together. So you have to reach in and break those apart when they're sticking together. And because the tart cherries were moist, it's hard to distinguish between cherries and chocolate when you're breaking them up. And as it dries, they'll tumble more separately. But with the cherries, it was really, really difficult to keep them apart. So, but you have to get to the point to where they tumble separately, and that's tricky. Have you had a chance to go through all the suggestions for stream improvements? No, I have not. I was going to do that this weekend. We could talk about them. Let me get let's get this up here. Let's see, what is this? Really hoping my dad understands the favor I just did for him. What is this? I need to check my father's search history. How do I do that? There's no way to do that. Cute. Now I see what you did. I see what you did there. Let's go back up here. Okay. Jeez, I didn't realize it was that far back. I'm way behind on so many things. And it's supposed to snow tomorrow, so let's see how that goes. Hello, welcome to Frugal. All right. Okay. There's Sparta's list. Go back to where I put the first announcement up. Okay, here we are. Okay, I laughed so hard when I saw that one. Yeah, that one's pretty funny. That's when you go ask your dad for a raise in your allowance. I need a raise in my allowance. Okay, let's see what's going on here. So, questions, what would we do? Okay, I need no name. Said maybe we could have a weekday where you analyze and give your opinions on animations, cinematics, or game trailers. Given your experience as someone who made some, it would be interesting as a second part of the stream so we still have the game and dad jokes part. I could do that. In fact, let me... I know I made a list in the other room, but I'll make one here so I can make sure we're talking about it. Okay. Review, trailers, cinematics. And videos. Okay. What is it? What is the temperature here right now? Oh, the current temperature in Celsius is -1. In Fahrenheit, it's about 30. Snow cover is creeping this way. Precipitation at the moment is nil. Oh. It is snowing to the north. Okay, back to this. Okay, wait for zombies to pass. The part that always makes me worry about weather is when they report feel like. Yeah, my front yard is never melting ice. Landlord came by today, this morning, and I'm like, told him before he got here, I go, be careful. Because the ice sheet on the driveway and patio, or this walkway, is very dangerous. Because the front of the house never gets any sun. So it becomes very bad. Mm-hmm. Okay. Where are we at here? Let's wait for the zombies to go. We have 15 seconds. Yeah, I'm tempted to get some spike shoes. I was thinking about that the other day. Okay, bye zombies.
Brains.
Okay, let's go on to the next thing on this. From Iraq ATK. Um, I can say the only thing that stops me from coming on and hanging every stream is, well, I'm gainfully employed in the security business where I can have my phone out and any content up to my on my computer, but I can answer some of these questions about my personal. Okay. What keeps you coming back? When I could, I love the interaction and banter with dad jokes. We'll do that. And getting the inside track on your experiences through processes in the game development industry as you continue your own projects. And a bit of nostalgia for the games you're playing also. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, the thing is my problem is that I've always been the guy just back there doing the job, and I don't talk a lot. So having you guys ask questions and having interaction is huge for me because that gets me out of my shell and gets me talking and stuff like that. If you guys aren't interacting, then, and I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying this is just what makes me talk, then I'm perfectly fine playing the game and not talking and doing all that stuff because that's what I'm used to, just doing the job, and so that's why we even invented the last Friday of every month talking so that we could have conversation and stuff like that. And if you guys want to do more of that, then interact and I'll be more than happy to do so. Do you have any tools, features, activities, recos for making streams more interactive? I'm working on that. Maybe track how often people have won sodas. Yeah, this was the whole thing about putting the leaderboard up. And for the dad jokes, I agree with others that the leaderboard for dad jokes, I don't like that idea. Because I like to keep the dad jokes, it's just a fun thing that we do, as opposed to something that you guys are competing about. Obviously not opening someone's personal projects because that could get you infected by options publishing. Yeah, I mean, I'm maybe a bit of my thoughts on kind of like a reaction thing, but not exactly. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to put things up that you want to review or talk about, I'm more than happy to do any of that stuff. That's really the feedback I have. You have more questions, but I don't really have a good answer for them. No worries. Okay. Following up on Antax said, the main reason that I have to lurk the majority of the stream is because it's 8 a.m. for me, which is when I'm getting ready for work. Work starts at 9. I suspect there's a lot of you in the U.S. with a similar situation. I mean, should I change the time at which I do the show? Is the format right, the timing wrong? That's a good question. I'm not recommending that you shift times, okay, as you would lose your loyal European viewers, but this is going to be an issue that I myself come across the best time for me, necessarily the best time for others to watch. In general, I don't have the opportunity to sit and watch streams unless it's the evening. However, I try to poke my head in during dad jokes, even if I'm lurking from the office because it's easy to listen and then type a bit here and there. Okay, cool. The one thing you might want to try, especially during the last Friday of the month, is doing a stream game with chat participation as you answer questions. A lot of those stream games are just RNG games, things like Marbles of Stream or the like, but they stimulate engagement from chat, even though Usually players don't have any, for just very limited effects on somehow. They make viewers feel like they have a more active role in the stream. And I would agree with Sparta has said that getting some YouTube shorts out there. Yeah, Sparta brings that up a lot. The time should be good for you, not for the viewers. People from all sorts of time zones will find their way. Time would be an issue for someone no matter what. Yeah, well, that's true. But I figure you would want okay. But I figured you would want to schedule when most of your audience is available, US. Yeah, and that's part of the problem is they're never available at the same time. Because there's anywhere from 5 hours from the East Coast to the UK to 8 hours from the West Coast to UK. So it is definitely a scheduling nightmare. Let's see, Malieve says, I don't think it is a matter of content. Needless to say that dad jokes is the most popular part of the stream, but that it is because there is more interaction with the viewers, who I will call the Yearlings for now. The content is fine, and I imagine that Dad has some other things in the inkwell for when the games he worked on are done. StarCraft is a game that requires attention and time. Lost Vikings was more relaxed, and Dad could talk with the Yearlings a lot more. I think Diablo is another one that I can talk with you guys a lot more. Because it's not, I mean, other than the few battles here and there, where they just throw enough monsters at us to kill everything. I've found that I've been talking more during the game than I have in the past. It's more a matter of visibility and being found by people. YouTube Shorts should be something that Yearlings are helped due to the fact that we can make clips of funny moments or parts of conversations, data, sage, wisdom. I lurk and try to partake here and there. Dad jokes hit most when I take my lunch or I wait till the announcement to get East Coast. And talking helps me when I do my monthly 600-mile drives. Oh, that's a lot of driving. Social media is another way to get more exposure. I would recommend your dad to checking out Gaming with Doc to see how he does shorts or long form content. Plays mostly factory games like Satisfactory and such. There's also this kid, I think they call him Pirate Software. He is all right. You can tell he was raised right. Well, maybe. At the end of the day, the stream is like a TV show with a schedule, and your job due to all of the behind the scenes work it needs to be put into it. Yeah, I was thinking about that in regards to everything that I do to make the show happen every day. And showing you guys how all of that is put together. The trick is to show you how it's put together without giving away some of the things that are coming up. Because like if I show you how the main script for the show is put together, it contains data for the next 50 shows. Me mentioned, yeah. Your aunt usually gets mentioned more than you. She is bigger. Mm, good point. But yeah, so what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to put together a bunch of test scripts that I can show you basically what my after show content is. And what I mean by after show content is what do I do when the show ends to set up for the show the next day. Because it's a little bit tricky. So I'll just call it the after show show. Hang on a second. Someone's at the door. Give me just a minute. Okay. Someone wanted to know if I wanted to have my house debugged. I'm like, I don't own this house, so you need to talk to the owners. That's up to them. If you want to show off the after show, then you'd want to do it in a controlled environment. That way you make sure you don't leak anything important, true. So your best odd is a video rather than live. Maybe, maybe not. Because the problem with the video is that I will overthink it and over edit it. And I would rather do a very open, honest stream than anything like that. All I have to do is just make sure that my prep doesn't give anything away. But then that's what I said before, is I'd set up data that can be used that doesn't relate to anything. Maybe I'll set something up like that, and then we'll just have a special show next week or something. You know, require a setup of the same thing, just with the mock data. Yeah. It's like making a presentation or something that could have been an email, but maybe, yeah. Because in putting the mock data together is easy. That's actually the simplest thing ever. And filming is easy, and then because you just do it live, and then you have it forever, and you can save that as a VOD that people can watch anytime. So in making up the mock-up, you're making up your education video as well. But it goes back to what I've always said about how I talk to, oops, that should not have been that. Okay, this thing's freaking out now. Is how I talk in regards to, God, what is going on with... Okay, now we got it. Is I can't If I'm going to have a conversation, I'm going to have a conversation in the moment. If I try to do something without the conversation of the people that are in the room, it turns into a mess. So I would rather sit here and have a conversation with you and talk through it together than go into a situation where I try to pre-record something and then spend the whole time watching it with you thinking I should have said this, I should have said that, I should have done that. Because those moments will come up. Uh, mm. Okay, Frantic says, also Thor has been very successful with his YouTube shorts and has even put out shorts about creating shorts. He would probably be a good person to ask. True. It's just finding time in his day. When you stream 13 to 12 hours, 12 to 13 hours, and sometimes even more, you're kind of hard for you to get hold of. Because the rest of the time you're sleeping. Hmm. Okay. Sleep is for the weak. That's what I used to say. And then I got weak. Kidding. I'm still trying to decipher the old Blackburn joke. But yeah, that was a while ago. I don't remember the Blackburn joke. Right. Cervantes says, personally, I've been quite busy. So you're one of 3 streamers I'm close to put in my background. So take my opinion with a grain of salt. Okay, where's the salt? Okay, don't have no salt. What keeps you coming back? I love the gameplay section to be more than just you playing the game, but hearing stories and anecdotes about making the game, said game, difficulties and stuff like that. I really don't care about the game, but your unique view on how the game came to be, it really doesn't matter if you're good at the game or really if you beat it. Tell us more about the wise one. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think I can probably do that more with Diablo. I think StarCraft is a game I have to concentrate on. So I forget about those things. Mm. Okay, sleep is for the weak. It's okay to be weak at times. Oh, absolutely. If you if you do not if you are not weak at times, you never know what your strengths are. If that makes sense. I don't really participate in QA and dad jokes for a few reasons, but I do find it is slow. Okay. My favorite section is the game dev section, where you do a lot more talking about your experience and how you think about things as you work. Okay. What suggestions do you have to keep interest and encourage people to stay longer? I think you focus a lot on what you're doing in the moment. The best times when you interact with chatters. What I Need No Name said is spot on. It can be a new games and old games, but you don't work on, that you didn't work on. It would be nice to see how you analyze things. Well, the problem with that is this, is I completely understand where you're coming from. But there's also the problem is because I've been doing this, been in this business for a very long time. we run into the same problem that we ran into at Blizzard years and years and years ago, where we were at a CES, we saw games, and we met for lunch, and we're all talking about the games we saw, the games we liked, we didn't like, stuff like that. And completely offended a group of people at the next table who worked on one of the games we didn't much like. You know, so we'd have to get into a situation where I would have to use the terminology we came up with, which is, okay, that's neat. In old Blizzard, if you went to an old Blizzard person and said, what do you think of that game? And they go, oh, it's neat. That pretty much means they don't like it. You know, so we started using those kind of code words and things like that so that we didn't hurt the feelings of the people that actually made the games, because people work very, very hard on stuff. And sometimes it's not their fault that something doesn't work. Sometimes it's just the nature of it. Whether it's a situation where you didn't fully comprehend the scope of what you're trying to do, or that your parent company overlords told you had to release it no matter what. So it's, you never know, because they don't advertise that stuff to the outside world. And we didn't think about that. And we were very young and just came up with the whole neat thing. After you were done, we can suggest games from types of games you like. After we are done, we can suggest games. Okay. Okay, do you have tools, features, blah, blah, blah? We had to make improvements to our stream. Okay. If I did, I'd be a streamer. Huh? Or I don't think you need gimmicks. I think things like your mouth and QA is great. Okay. I mean, done with the games you worked on. Well, we have a long way to go before we're going to be done with the games I worked on. So we may have to come up with something. We may have to diverge, not diverge from them, but put some space between them here and there. Okay, it doesn't mean they have to be a critical review, though. Well, the problem that you have there, Sparta, is the people in the stream will definitely bring up the things that are bad in games. This is the way humans are. Get good devs. Huh? No, I never call a game shit, and here's why. Is because the amount of work that you have to do to make a game at all is a massive undertaking. And the fact that you made it and got it out the door is, in all honesty, it's a miracle that games are released at all. Because I guarantee you that for every game release, there's at least 100 people behind it that are thinking of all the things that they would fix on it today. And that's tough sometimes. That's very, very hard sometimes. That's also why back in Lost Vikings, let's see where we at, 29 seconds. Yes, games are all art, and it will always be subjective. But some people don't deal with the criticism well at all. End up liking them. My theory is we know what was supposed to be versus what it'll end up being. Well, that goes back to what I've said to Let's see, where was I? Okay. Pretty much, and because the digital distribution of Magic patching, when people say this aspect of the game doesn't feel right or look right, most good devs find a way to fix it, yeah. But back to Chryson's, I think it's Chryson's point, yes. Oh yeah, most people who make games don't end up liking them. My theory is we know what it was supposed to be versus what it was end up being. And that is what I always tell people in regards to, like, say, BlizzCon. Because I ran the main stage for BlizzCon from 2005, the first one, till 2014 when I left. And we would plan literally every minute of what goes on those stages at BlizzCon beforehand. We would have a timed out thing. This goes on for 3 minutes. This goes on for 2 minutes, 10 seconds. It would be completely timed out. All the lighting would be set. The videos that would play would all be in place. And we would get up and we would do the show. And shit happens. And some things don't happen, don't end up being shown. And there's a lot of people that goes, oh, well, but a lot of people behind the scenes that go, but you didn't show that, you didn't do this. True. But the audience didn't know it was missing because the audience didn't know what we were preparing. They just know what they see. And as long as they're seeing stuff that gets them entertained and keeps them engaged and all that other stuff, then the show's fine. It doesn't matter that this fell apart or this broke or anything else, because they didn't know it was supposed to be there. Because we've had situations where we're in the middle of the show and someone that's supposed to go on next doesn't show up. And you have to pretty much keep the show looking like it's cohesive and take the next person in there. You know, there's also been technical issues where screens have gone out 5 minutes before, literally 5 minutes before the doors open. And we've had to make adjustments and quick changes to have them work or have something there so that, but they don't know. The people that are in the audience don't know what's supposed to be there. Same thing with games, is you can plan 1,000 things for your game, but until that game comes out, nobody's going to know what it is. Nobody's going to know what you took out. No one's going to know what you didn't do that was on your list to do. They're just going to know what they're experiencing. They're just going to know what they see and what they're playing. They won't know. The only person that knows everything that it was supposed to be is you and the people you have working on it. You know, if you look at the very first World of Warcraft, everything that was designed for World of Warcraft, the very first one, was not put in the very first World of Warcraft. It went into the expansions afterwards. And you know what? Nobody missed it in the original because they didn't know it was supposed to be there. Oh, people need to learn how to be not offended by constructive criticism. That is true. That would help. They can take what you say in good faith and discard anything they don't agree with. Yeah. When Lost Vikings first came out, which was the first game I worked on from beginning to end, I read reviews of the game in game magazines, online, stuff like that. And some of them were absolutely horrific. That it was the worst game ever, all that stuff. And it completely demoralized me because I thought it was a good game. And to the point to where for the next 30 years, I didn't read reviews ever about any of the games I worked on. I worked on them. I did my job. I did the best I could on them, and I passed them on to the next person in the assembly line for putting them together. But never read a review again after Lost Vikings. Because I'm just like, okay, I don't want to hear the negatives for something that I think is positive. when you change the very nature of the earth we walk on. Yeah. I have some experience with performing live music. The rule is always, if someone screws up on stage, you keep going. Yeah, absolutely. The crowd will only know something went wrong if you react to it. Absolutely. Because they don't know. Let's see, Sparta. This is going to be a long one. Okay. I'm going to have to divide it into a few parts. Okay. Part 1. Let's start off with Twitch itself. It usually comes from being a platform that offers the ability to create interactive television, which is what's bringing most people to it. It's those moments of interaction between the streamer and their audience. Dad jokes is the most popular segment because of two fundamental reasons. It's unique in the fact that no one else does anything similar to it. Really? I thought people had. It's the most interactive part of the show where everyone can both try to answer or express their unique senses of humor. True. If you can find different ways to interact with the audience, you will more likely be retain viewership. The main reason why I recommend pausing for ads is because it lets for someone. Okay, I'm assuming it's less for someone to stay on the same page, and it gives you an opportunity to catch up with chat even during intense games. Another way to find interaction is, as Frantic already mentioned, find stream interaction mini games like the Marbles of Stream. It can help break the silence part during the just chatting streams. Another thing is adding things to your channel points redeem section that can create a focus interaction between yourself and the characters. Something as simple as do commentary for 20 seconds with a southern accent can lead to some funny and clippable moments. I have a vampire strawberry for that Marbles game. I've never seen the Marbles game, so I don't know what it is. But my southern accent sucks, Sparta. It's really bad. Next up is the type of streamers you find on Twitch. There are 3 general types. The niche streamer, that's you right now. If someone who streams in a specific category of games and doesn't do much outside of it. For example, Psychohypnotic and Insum are 2 niche streamers who solely stream in the horror game category. Their communities are built around that. Currently, your niche is retro games, which is not a super popular niche to begin with. The ace up your sleeve is that this is your unique view of experience with the games you play, because no other streamer has worked on the same 20 to 30 year old titles that they are currently playing through. It provides a lens in the industry back then. It helps give perspective on how things have changed. And of course, everyone's favorite, all the stories about Blizzard, from the Desk of Death, that was fun, to scooter jousting. There are so many tools, so many cool stories that can be told in between the frustrating moments that you have to reset the damn StarCraft level. Yes, that was a bad level, and scooter jousting was very fun before Paul Sams made us stop. I'll quickly go through the other 2 types of streamers, starting with the ones that retain the highest popularity, which are the trend chasers. Freya and Jason are trend chaser streamers. They look through the latest releases and try to be one of the first to play. It is the most competitive and expensive thing to go after as a streamer. I was ranting about StarCraft through half of that. Yeah, that's fine. And finally, it's the 24-hour bot streamers, animals, aquariums rules this. But in it, you can find that a lot of streamers set up loops or old playthroughs for when they're offline so that they can rack up more revenue off hours. Worst Panda Ever and Chuko Carnage are two examples of this. It may be worth looking into at a later point. Yeah, I actually thought about that. Should I do since I pull the video every day anyway? Should I say wait 3 hours and play the whole thing again every day? The problem that I get into with that is we're going to have new ads overlapping old ads, and the zombies aren't going to match. Well, maybe they'll match depending if it's going to start at the same time. So I don't know. But my other problem was, would it be interesting for someone to come back and watch the same stream? So say I end at 4 o'clock here, which is 1 o'clock on the West Coast. It is 9 o'clock in the UK. So what if I wait 4 hours? So it's 5 o'clock on the West Coast, and rerun the whole stream. Would people find that up as a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not sure if you can time the zombies, but you could turn off the new zombies anyway. Well, that is true. I could turn that feature off on StreamerBot for the second half. Good point. Yep. But if we looked at it from the point of view of doing a rerun every day, so that it's in line with West Coast timing. But then dad jokes are dead air in rerun. No. Are they? Well, I mean, the problem that I have is this, is maybe I just buy an ant farm and that's a 24-hour stream. And that's what runs when I'm not here. That would be hilarious, but ant farm. Yeah, just put an ant farm right here and then put a camera on it. Any 24-hour stream doesn't really have a lot of interaction. Yeah. So you'd want to have something that's worth leaving in the background. Dad narration of the ant farm look, little Billy's digging a hole over there. An ant farm would definitely be cool. Well, the thing is do you get the gel ant farm or do you get the sand ant farm? I think there's different kinds of ant farms now. You just have it right here, like over here. Plain. Joey Ray Attenberry. Gels get nasty. Yeah, I've seen the gel ones, and they seem goopy. Attenborough. To be honest, I only see reruns when I really care about this one specific thing, so can't tell if rerun is a good or bad idea. Yeah, but for people on the West Coast or further back that way, it puts it in prime time, so to them, to a lot of them, it wouldn't be a rerun. They just wouldn't be able to interact with it, which is what the problem is. The show, I don't know if you can do that. I don't think a program could identify the ants that well. And I don't know if they make little trackers you can attach to them. Recruit that tracks the ants, which shows the names of each ant. Yeah, I'm saying I don't think that's possible. Yeah, because it'd be a completely different time zone. Because in the UK, if I reran, say, at 6 o'clock in the West Coast, which would be 9 o'clock in the East Coast, and 2 o'clock in the morning in the UK. Well, I mean, we'd probably for the reruns, we'd probably cut the rating part out. Ant jokes. So, dad jokes about ants. I will look some up. Twitch plays Lost Vikings while a dad jokes run alongside. Your auntie's gonna love those. Or ant jokes about dads. Well, we can ask Malieve. Malieve, what does your aunt think of your dad? Your aunt thinks your dad should be covered in chocolate? Interesting. That's not something I would have expected. What? Am I not talking loud enough? Here, my audio is my audio is up there where it's supposed to be. Now, someone suggested that aunt jokes about dads, and then we said Malieve's fat aunt, and then you said covered in chocolate. So I'm like, okay. I entered the bar that I couldn't hear. Yeah, I do that a lot. Okay, let's go to part 3 here of Sparta's thing. Now, let's go through what Twitch does badly. And that's visibility. it is the main reason why we keep repeating that we need shorts, even though it's winter and we're freezing in shorts. Cute. Twitch uses Kingmaker system. Whenever you enter a category, it will display the top 3 people streaming in that category on the top. The good thing for you is that there's not a lot of competition in the category for your stream. So most often you get one of the Kingmaker slots for StarCraft. But as we touched on before, even though we've had quite a few people go through, I don't think a lot of them have stayed. A good way to increase your chance of that is to engage with them while they're in your audience. They can come to the games, but most people stay for you as a creator. You were also the top streamer in Diablo II category. Am I? We've had a few people come in while we're streaming Diablo 2, but we've only been doing it for a couple days here, so. Outside of the Kingmaker slots, the only way to a few people to find you is to scroll around and click. Oh, wow. I wasn't watching the viewership, so I did not know that. So a lot of people showed up to watch me kill a lot of hired peoples. I didn't want to kill them. They're not very smart. Wasn't about them, it was about me. Interesting. So somebody was on the side of the house. I thought I heard someone on the side of the house. Okay. What happens if we do that? Okay, that was the landlord doing his walk around the house. I didn't realize that part. Okay. We were rated by 75 people yesterday. Yes, we were. In fact, I have to add that person to our list of people we will raid in the future. Because that's what you do. Okay, let's close this.
Brains.
And close that. All right. Go back to this. Okay, outside the Kingmaker slot, there's only a few people to find you scrolling around, blah, blah, blah. Visible, we got that. Visibility on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram are much higher. Snippets from the best of can show what the channel is about and help lead new people to it. Part 4. Well, let's go back over here. It's me. I'm stealing from your bird feeder. Oh, are you? I don't even have a bird feeder. Yeah, they showed up while we were playing Diablo, which I thought was kind of cool. me see who they were real quick. We got rated with 76 people from Future Real, Future AI. Okay, sorry. They rated us with 76 people, and then another person rated us with one person. Where is that one? Follow. Okay, and then 3 Crown Redhead rated us with one person as well. So we got rated twice yesterday. So yeah, YouTube. Oh, what was the other ones? YouTube, Twitch. I do have channels for all those. I've never used them. YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. I guess I'll have to. Yeah, we'll have to figure out a game plan for that. Okay, let's see. What keeps you coming back from this room? It initially came to say, thank you for making Warcraft 3. Cinematics are so awesome, and especially for the Grom Hellscream versus Vanaroth one, which is the best one, which is number 5. But I stayed because of the wacky Blizzard stories, goofy attitude, and the aged wisdom. Where do you get the aged wisdom? I have no wisdom. We're getting less and less of that with how focused you are on completing games. Yeah, sorry. That is definitely a thing that needs to be fixed. Less focus, more story. Okay. Okay. What suggestions do you have to keep the interest and encourage people? More engagement with the chat. When possible, it may be in the ad breaks. It may be in for the sake of the 5-minute mental reset in between each attempt of a level. Like I said, people will come back. Okay. So more me talking to you guys than and then part 5. There's a certain level of analytics that goes into a stream. It's good to know what your numbers are and how engaging they are during the different days. Should keep with that. I'd recommend checking out your analytics at least once a week. That's the whole Twitch tracker thing, right? Yep. Okay, so this is let's go ahead and put this on screen. Let's talk about this. Okay. So what we got here is our performance overall. Hours streamed 25 hours this week. Average viewers is 31. Peak viewers is 62. Hours watched 800 hours. So we were up this week by 17%. Followers gained, lost 34 followers. Followers per hour, lost 1. Games streamed 4. Really? Okay. Active days 6 of 7. Lifetime total hours streamed 1,542. Highest number of viewers. That was the first day. Total followers, yep. Total games streamed 15. Current active subs 51. Paid active subs unknown. Gifted All-time high active subs, 91. Okay, what is this? Oh, so this is where we can look, I guess, day to day. So this was yesterday, which is when we had our raids. We lost day 2, day 87. 5 hours and 4 minutes, and we lost 7 followers yesterday. Max viewers. Current performance over time. First day all the way down to here. Yeah, we're kind of falling apart. I guess I have to review this more. Popular clips. 11,000 views. What is the... I'll have to look at those. Followers. Hours watched. Famous followers. I don't know who some of these people are. So I have to watch through the clips. Look at this. Sultra Lord. I remember him. Thor picture leak. That's not Thor, that's me. No boy. Resident of South Park. I made Thor's face. Game streamed 2.9. Followers 17. Not sure what this is. Average active days per week 5 to 7. Total games played 15. I think it's more like 12, but we'll have to look at the list. Yep. Overall activity. Yep. Okay, well, I will look at these more actively. This is us live today. Cool. All right. We will check it out more. Okay. Okay, famous followers. Ugle. Your doy probably mostly banned accounts of people who got hacked. Thanks. That pirate software fellow seems a nice dude. He's meh. I made that face. I made him. I don't know. I've heard a lot of bad stuff about him, like he pirates software. Nah, I hate him. He keeps talking sense to the internet. How am I supposed to fake outrage? Yeah. It is a problem. You can go to the top, go through statistics, and have a breakdown by day. Can you? Statistics. Let's see what it says. All right. Let's say yesterday. Okay, so our peak was, okay, viewers 23, 43. This makes no sense to me. Streams, game statistics. Here is for, wow, that's a lot of statistics. There's nothing there. Okay, so peak viewers is 62, hours watched 205. So people are coming back and watching it. We lost 7 followers. Stream for 5 hours. Let's see how we did just overall this week. Okay. Survey says, come on. I guess it doesn't work that way. "5 days. Oh, it's not going to let me do it that. Okay. Average 34, average 28, 30, 43, and today's 23. Bum. Interesting. Very interesting. We've lost 24 followers this week. Let's look at the overall month here. So this month we lost 113 followers. Yeah, that's not good. Or rather, is that I guess that's a day, so oh. Okay, what is this? That's our stream. Viewers. That's a rat. Yeah, so we still average around 5 hours every day. We lose an average of three followers a day. Well, okay. I thought this was on. There's the rat I was talking about. But this is this month. If we go just for this week. So where are we at for this week? Peak viewers, 45, 47, 62, 28 today. Last 2 weeks. I think I have more viewers when it is a rerun. Just kidding. All right, where were we over here? Levels analytics. Okay. Channel points redeem is an untapped arsenal that you can customize to your liking and fill it up with ways for people to interact with you. Well, we have some things in there because I think we have a "Hey, pay attention to us" button that is, I think, in the channel points, if I remember correctly. Because I started putting them in, but nobody was using them, so I just went, okay, well, they're not interested in using them, so never went back to it. If you can merge Twitch chat and YouTube chat into one, and then up the font on it, it may help you with visibility question, general banter. Huh. Can you merge YouTube and this one? Redeem highlight, yeah, there's that one. No, there's also there's one that like I put in that is kind of where's it at? Let me get this and go here. Because I started putting some in, but nobody ever used them. So let me go to Creator Dashboard. Where is it at again? Channel points, I think, are here somewhere. What is this? Edit stream info. Flip that. Raid channel. Manage goals. Stream together. Stream schedule countdown. No. Yeah, quite a few months ago, I started putting stuff in, and nobody ever used them. Maybe I put them in wrong. That's highly possible. Stream together. No. Where the hell did I put them? Leaderboard stuff. 60-second ads. Only gotta be down here. Streaming tools. Nope. Settings. Channel. No, that's just the other stuff. Boop, 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 boop. And that is the connection. Bits and cheers. That's in there. Community. Alerts. Subscriptions. Whatever. You know. Sponsorships. Partner. Yeah, I got that all done. Other revenues, nothing. Okay, content. Copy claims manager, collections. Nope. Community. Role manager. Activity followers list. And analytics, but overall, search. Yeah, I can't find where the channel point stuff is now. Because I know I had made one that said, because you guys were saying long ago that I would get so focused on what I was doing that I wouldn't hear you. And that's why we put the TTS in and those kind of things. And I also did a redeem to say for a voice that said, hey, pay attention to us. Hey, look at chat. Didn't some of that stuff get abused? It was, I put it on pause, but when it got abused, but I didn't remove it. Yeah, OC did, but I put it back in. OC stopped hanging out, so, and yeah. I'll have to go back and find them and see what we can do about reactivating them, because it looks like somewhere it got turned off. It was turned off accidentally, but it looks like it was turned off. Because I have to find even where it was again, because I don't remember what part of that is. Bum, 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 bum. Thinking Dad. I will send Rocky to find it. Yeah, I remember OC was just spamming the hell out of something at some point. I just can't remember what it was. Because it's been quite a while. Maybe it was in here. Okay. Challenge your community. Apparently my bio has been updated. PogChamp? I think I have to come up with some tier 1, 2, or 2 and 3 emotes as well. The sub badges I put in. Your custom reward can be redeemed. I don't even know what that is. My links are live, yep. Stream schedule is set up, yep. Viewers can post your clips. Thank you for rating is complete. Yeah, there's got a lot of complete stuff on here, but I could have swore we had It says that stream health is unstable. Not sure what that means, but okay. I've always felt like I was very stable. I think the Primogen had a thing that merges all chats into one. So he can display them easily when he's talking to his audience. Yeah, I'll have to look. YouTube and Twitch chat. Chat integration. Okay, that's on there. Yeah, I could have swore there was a... Okay, well, I guess I just have to find it. So many things to look for. There might be something in StreamerBot that puts them together. So let's see, can StreamerBot and Twitter, YouTube chats. Let's see. Yes, StreamerBot can display both Twitch and YouTube chat simultaneously in a single combined interface, making it an excellent tool for multi-streaming. By logging into both platforms, which we do anyway, under platform section, you can view. Okay, so I'll set that up. Although we can have both. There's a video, so I'll have to do that after. So, yes. He showed it off in one of his recent videos, but he said he used AI for that because it wasn't a fun problem for him. Well, there's apparently a setting. StreamerBot can do it, so I'll just have to figure it out. I'll just have to watch some of the videos and see how it does it. How to combine Twitch and YouTube chats. Yeah. Since we already have both of them linked, it looks like it's just following the procedure for setting up, which I have a video already chosen for it. So I can, hopefully on Monday we'll have that. I remember him mentioning something about making a Twitch API integration tool about it, but I'm not sure if it was about the chats. Well, StreamerBot looks like it'll do it, so it's just a matter now of putting them together. I'll go through the tutorial this weekend and put it in. I do have to run to the Apple store tomorrow and get a new iPad because my iPad is dead. The battery is no longer charging. And it's weird because I'll plug it in and it'll come on, but it won't charge. So that's not good because I can't play Diggy's Adventure. I can on the PC, and I do, but it's not the same. I'm sure it can, but I'm sure you gotta like leave it somewhere and oh, back. Next meeting is in 1 hour and a half, but there may be impromptu, as always happens when dead battery, a dead charging circuit. I don't know. If I plug it in, it will come on, but it will not be charging. So if I put the plug on it, it does recognize the plug, but the battery itself does not charge. So that's a problem. Yeah, it's at 11%, it's at 10%. And it's very unhappy about it. So I'm unplugging it and turning it completely off so that I can save that 10% for tomorrow when I have the new one and I can transfer everything over. I can play Diggy on a from Pixel Nation, which is the game I play every day. Let me see if I can. Yeah. So this is the game that I play every day for the last 10 years or so. Pop this up a minute. Come down to just the game. This is Diggy's Adventure. I have played this game forever. So if we come down here and we go to map, these are all the worlds I've already finished. I've been playing it at least, I would say at least 10 years. And each of these there's 22 levels in this one alone. I've done all of these. So. Go back. All right. Change stream category to Diggy's Adventure. Why? I don't think there is one. Is there? Let's see. Let's try it. I'm not seeing one. Ah, there's 49 followers. Okay. I could do that right now. So, like I was saying, is I've done all of these worlds. We're on India now. We've done all the father quests. They're all done. See, there's not even any in there. We've done all of these. These ones back here are fun too. These are all the ones you do with your pet. There's still one that isn't open on this one, but we've done all of these. Too funny. We have pets. But right now, my problem right now is I've done everything it has. So we're kind of in a holding pattern. Because we've done everything. We're all caught up. There are no new levels for us. We can get power-ups because we have power up here. We have quite a bit of power, actually. We can put that on night mode. On night mode. But the camp has been successfully switched into night mode. Yep. But there's really nothing for us to do. So if we go to quests, I don't usually play it on here, so I have to look to see where everything is. I usually play it on my iPad, but my iPad's dead. No, that was a sleeping category. Heck, just chatting is actually a video game no one ever plays. What? You technically wait, man, what's going on? Okay, back. Next meeting is dead battery. Yeah, well, the coins, there's nothing you can do with the coins, really. Change stream categories to Diggy's Adventure. Thought I did. There are only 49 people in it. You are technically entered. Enter anything in you want. It doesn't matter. Okay, well. Let's see. Is there a bigger Diggy's Adventure? 14.2. Diggy is online. No, there's only that one. We'll go to Diggy Online instead. It looks like it's the same game. No, that's not the same game. No. Yeah, there's only the one for Diggy's Adventure. Diggy Gold Rush. Yeah, there's only that one. Okay, you can technically enter anything you want. It doesn't have to match any existing. I can already see that I would hate it. Just chatting is actually a video game no one ever plays. Yep. No, that was a sleeping category. People were leaving their channel into just sleeping, or it was something like that, which was actually a game. I stepped away for a bit. We are playing Diggies. No, I was just showing you Diggies. Because I usually play it on my iPad, and my iPad is dying. So I have to get a new one. Just chatting is not safe for work. Is it really? Probably for the jacket, just chatting, okay. But yeah, so I've played, I'm at level 907. So I've played for a while. I just leveled up. But like I have all this stuff all done, it's all set up. Got these, there's no new things I can do with this. These are the dailies where you pull your lucky cards. But I can't do that again for 4 hours. These are different free slots. And then I have all of my energy. So this is all my energy set up. That tells you how often your energy increases. So this right now, I just switched it over to night mode because night mode goes to 333,000 for energy. But all my slots are full. Nothing more we can do. Inventory, I have a couple million in inventory of consumables. So I have 32,000. So that's about 7 million energy just kind of sitting around waiting for new levels and different things that we can do and play with. Camp equipment, decorations, different types of diggies so you can have different diggies. And materials, of course. All the materials you got. But cool beans. So that's there's a day mode and a night mode, which is in the day mode you can generate energy faster. So it averages about 64,000 per hour for day mode. In night mode, I think it's only 42,000 per hour. Then you set all that up and it's all good. Yep. Where is the back to? Oh, then you can buy things, of course. But buy different consumables and buy new ones for these when they come up. Can't go underground. I don't want the underground. I want to be back above. Okay. So there we go. This is none. Then you can get extra points, but we're not going to do that. It's just for some ads, but there we go. Yep, so nothing to see here. I will go back. Hopefully I'll be able to find an iPad tomorrow and get everything from this updated onto it, which also gives me a chance to clean off my iPad because I'll have a nice clean iPad that I can put stuff in. Okay. Well, let's see. It's usually about this time. I mean, we could go ahead and do dad jokes because I do have dad jokes for today. We will have to put up the announcement. We do have section 6 here to go over. Okay, let's just finish this real quick. And we'll do that. 10 points redeemed, yeah. So if you...
Any of them says, don't forget to hydrate.
I will see about merging Twitch and YouTube chats. The only thing that I've noticed on that is we're going to get Oni Demon saying hi twice. With any of the segment gives us your perspective on games trailer. Yeah, I'm more than happy if you guys in chat or in we can make a thing in Ask Father. I thought we had this though. Okay, I'm gonna put a thing up in Ask Father called okay, what are we gonna do? Collapse category, no. Edit category, no. What is this doing? Oh, I have to hit this button over here. Okay, so we're going to do it. This is a text. It's going to go Father Review. I'll put a Father's Review. What the hell? And we're going to make it a text channel. And then we're going to create the channel. And then I have to set all the permissions for it. And here's what we're going to do is I'm going to go to permissions. I'm going to, this permission will soon stop granting ability to bypass slow mode. What? View channel, yes. Okay. Manage permissions, no. Manage webhooks, no. Create an invite. Send messages, yes. Send messages to threads, sure. Create public threads. Create private. Enable links. Yes, we'll let you guys put links in. Attach files. We'll let you attach files. Add reactions, of course. Use external emotes. Sure, I don't care. Mention anyone here. Yeah, sure. Manage messages, no. End messages, bypass. Manage threads, no. Read history. Yeah, we want people to be able to read back through the history. Send voice messages, no. Create. Okay, so it has some basic setups for it in the thing, but Father's Review is now in Ask the Allfather, and you guys can put stuff in there. I'm wondering why Thor doesn't do it if it is an option. Doesn't do what? Let me go back here. Don't forget to hydrate. The heck, yeah. The update notes were true. Backpack Battles is coming to iOS. I was joking when I said we should change the stream category. That's okay, I had no problem with it. It was funny. I really, in all honesty, I expected it to be a lot more people in a Diggy's category, but now I understand why it takes them so long to update levels. Okay. I'm wondering if Thor doesn't do it when you ping it. I had to leave the Ask Father stream for a while to eat dinner. What was that game being played? I was just showing Diggy's Adventure, which is a game I play on my iPad every day. Yeah, why doesn't Thor combine YouTube? I don't know. I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna see if it can be done. To your guys' point about reviewing stuff, I did give you a. Here, I'll show you here. So I made this in Discord. That is the Father's Review. It's under Ask All Father. There's a Father's Review now. And you guys can add things that you want me to look at. Let me open this up. So that is now in the Discord. And you guys can see it. Let me open. I need to see past the camera there to grab this. Okay, it's not going to open up all the way, but you get the basic idea. So now you guys can put links in there and things like that to say, review this, and we can sit and talk about them. And I'll give my opinion, but by the same token, it's only going to be my opinion. It's not going to, it's not end all be all. There you go. All right, so we've gone through that. Someone's software usually say, careful with the links on Discord. Well, in all honesty, there's not that much. If we go to YouTube, there's not that many people that actually talk on the YouTube channel. In fact, like I said, the number one thing said on YouTube, on our YouTube chat channel, is Only Demon every day says good morning. Other than that, it's very rare that anybody actually leaves anything in chat on YouTube. Okay, well, I don't have that answer to every question, so. Alrighty, let's go ahead and do this. We're going to go ahead and do dad jokes. I'm going to do my absolute best to make sure every single one of them is a repeat, but I can't do that because I don't know what they are yet. But it would be funny if every single one of them was a repeat. See, game logos. I'm going to go ahead and make the announcement and head over to the dad joke section. Is Discord bad at malware? I don't know. I've never had a problem that I know of with it. Hmm. We have zombies coming soon. I was not aware of that. I guess our community's been pretty good then, because I don't see anything like that happening on ours.
Yelb 87 says, get ready for fatherly humor, cursed knowledge, and silly riddles.
Okay. That is all done. 38 seconds. I don't think we need to do anything over here. No, it's running fine. Yeah, Oni Demon has just said we get maybe 1 or 2 people asking about the game on the YouTube channel. So I have a list of things to do. Yep.
Brains.
All right. Voices not working? Are they not working? Let me go back to here. Let me check this thing. Check the audio mixer real quick.
Yaugle 87 says, get ready for fatherly humor, cursed knowledge, and silly riddles.
So you guys cannot hear that?
Onidman 500 says, testing.
You guys should be able to hear that. No voice. Nope. Damn. It's on monitor and output. Speaker bot is on. Let's turn this up and see what happens. This is probably going to be very loud now. Try it now. It's on channel 1.
Mic check 1, 2.
Scritty Scree says test.
Yeah, so I hear it in my head, in my headphones. But you guys are saying you're not hearing it.
Test failed successfully.
Why can't you hear it? Let me go over here for a second. Say one more thing real quick. It should be here. Okay, don't say one more thing real quick.
Any nonum says, mic check fee.
Yeah, it's showing it everywhere.
One more thing real quick.
Every meter is showing it working. Why it's not going out to you guys, I don't know. Let me try one more thing. Try one more time. Absolutely everything is turned on now.
One more time.
So did you hear that?
Master Sprite says, testicle 1, testicle 2.
I don't know why it's not working. Because we have speaker bot coming directly into this. But it's not showing it's working unless I turn on desktop audio. So I don't know.
A wild voice appeared.
Yeah, pretty much. Believe. I think you burned that one into the ground already. Or Master Sprite burned that one into the ground. Alrighty. Go over to the bar.
Spadab says, lollipops and candy canes.
Still lives. Alrighty. We're all ready to go.
Master Sprite says, horseshoes and hand grenades.
How about, let me try something here. See if mine is working.
Mr. Tickle wanted to marry the girl of his dreams, but Tess was reluctant to take his last name.
Let's try this.
Joy says, pork chops and apple sauce.
Grayson says, booyah, boo boo.
No, you're fine. It's the day for it. Today is our goofy day. Today is our day to do whatever. So we're fine. Alrighty. Number one. You guys ready for number one?
Anyway, dad jokes.
That's what I'm asking. Are you guys ready? I have number one up there.
Melev_AC says, ski by dibby dib yo da dub dub yo da dub dub ski by dibby dib yo da dub dub yo da dub dub I'm the Scatman.
I like to tell dad jokes. Sometimes he laughs.
All right, number one. Number one. What did the 0 say to the 8? What did the 0 say to the 8? What did the 0 say to the 8? Is it just me, or does your joy have his they are close but not quite face on? Yes, I do. What did the 0 say to the 8? That belt looks good on you. That belt looks good on you. I really want to give you guys the can, but I don't think I can on this one. It was very close. I have no qualms about that whatsoever. We've had this at least 3 times, but the last 3 to answer was nice belt. So, mwah. Let's settle for a fork, would you? That would be nice. Number 2. Okay, how do I pronounce this? Cacio e pepe, okay. Cacio e pepe is a staple of what Italian city's cuisine? We do have a correct answer on the board. Yugal is correct. It is Rome. So you will get a can for Rome. There you go. Pepe Le Pew. I wish. I used to like Pepe Le Pew. That was a really good cartoon. I have all of the Looney Tune cartoons. I love them all. I even love Speedy Gonzales. Most of them can't even be played anymore because people get offended. It's too bad. Underlay, bravo! We're on number 3. Heading south for this one. What is the currency of Mexico? You guys are correct. It is the Mexican peso. Corn syrup? Number 4. 444. Okay. What color is the tongue of a giraffe? What color is the tongue of a giraffe? We have a correct answer on the board. What color is the tongue of a giraffe? It is purple. I Need No Name is correct with purple. Number 5. Purple-ish. The moment I pressed enter on blue, I was like, no, it's purple. Yeah, that happens. Number 5. The numbers glow both day and night, keeping time in the way that's bright. What are you looking at? The numbers glow both day and night, keeping time in ways that's bright. What are you looking at? Gandalf leading the Riders of the Ruin from the east. Sky. My phone. A strip club entrance. Well, you do have a point. Some slightly evolved apes of a shadow. Fair point. What is these things doing? Geiger counter near Chernobyl. You guys were very, very close. Your first answers are always really, really close. I'm not sure what to do with it sometimes. But Master Sprite, you were pretty damn close. The numbers glow both day and night, keeping time in a way that's bright. What are you looking at? A digital clock. Not a watch, but a clock. Is it? Nice. Douglas Adams would be very proud of you, Miss Master Sprite. Okay. Number 6. What 1994 Quentin Tarantino movie stars John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson as hitmen? Pulp Fiction is correct. I don't know what Pulp Fiction is, Chryson. But you guys do get the can? Okay, okay. It is 4 cans to 2. Number 7. What has ears but doesn't listen? Corn has an ear. Teenagers is true. Your 4-year-old totally believe that one too. We do have a correct answer. What has ears but doesn't listen? A cornfield. Bryson put a field of corn. So a cornfield or field of corn is the correct answer. But my wife was half the time talking about Supernatural. I don't know. I like Supernatural. It was pretty good for me. I liked it. Number 8. Okay, here comes number 8. How do you cook an alligator? How do you cook an alligator? In a crocodile pond. It was pretty cool. In a correct time of a correct answer is how do you cook an alligator in a crock pot? In a crock pot. So, Mind Split, you were just trying to get the auto mod to deny you. That's the only thing I could think of. You were doing it on purpose. Doop-a-doop-boop. Number 9. Why do pancakes always win at cricket? Going to accept that answer. Why do pancakes always win at cricket? They have the best batter. Which gives you guys your first 6-pack. Okay, I need to take those off for a second. Something's... My eyes are out of alignment today for some reason. Oh. Yeah. I think I need to go back to the eye doctor and have him look at this prescription one more time. Because my eyes are freaking out. Oh, dope, boop, boop. Okay, number 10. 6, 7, 8. Wait a minute. We're short one. Yeah, I think it's yours is missing. Yeah, I think I missed one of yours. Okay, so what was the creepiest X-Files ever made? You won't forget your can. Let's be real. You wouldn't forget your can. That's not true. I've forgotten mine a couple times. What was the creepiest X-Files ever made? And they only showed it once on television. Because they weren't allowed to show it again. But you can buy it in the DVD box set. Nope. See if I can pull up that one here. Oh no, it's getting confused with the old one. Okay. Swarm, you are correct. It was called Home. And it was season 4, episode 2. And they weren't allowed to show it again on TV. It was really creepy. It was all about a bunch of inbreds that were... it was bad, yeah. Episode that aired only once on Fox due to the extreme content. Original air date, October 11, 1996, season 4, episode 2. Oh, that's Heretic, dude. Yeah, it was about they had to go find out. It opens up with a baseball game, and a kid steps into a puddle of blood, and they find a deformed baby. And it turns out that it's from a family that had been inbreeding since the Civil War. And were all deformed and weirded out. But it was my boys are good boys. It was bad. It was really bad. Okay, we are on number 10. If you can get a copy of it and watch it, it'll creep you out. It was pretty bad. Yep. All right, number 10. How many rings are there on the Olympic flag? How many rings are there on the Olympic flag? Five is correct. 5 is the correct answer. The one that creeped me out a bit was the roaches were aliens, and the likely way you would explore the universe. Little machines that replicate, spread, and map things out. Oh, well, I don't remember that one. I remember that from Stargate, or the replicators, but gotta walk the dog. Okay, cool. Okay. Bum. I think this one had a companion question. Number 11. What did Gregor Mendel use to prove his theory? I think there was a companion question with this one. Oh, we do have a correct answer. Sneedling, you are correct. He used pea plants. The X-Files Season 3 episode War of the Conquerors, 1996. Agent Foxman theorizes that the mysterious metallic cockroaches terrorizing a town are actually advanced alien robot probes exploring Earth. Wow, I don't remember that one. I have to go, because I have all of them on my Plex system, so I have to go and look them up. Okay. Let's get this. Don't do that. I remember seeing with the expert going, that is stupid. We won't explore ourselves. We will send robots. And it ends with him looking at the roach and saying hi. Okay, number 12. Why did the chemist stop reading his book about helium? Why didn't the chemist stop reading his book about helium? We could do a watch along in Discord for X-Files. It was a light read. It flew away. It floated away. It was hard to put down. I will accept that answer. Why didn't the chemist stop reading his book on helium? He couldn't put it down. So you two are correct too. He could not put it down. Because it would just float away. Which brings us to number 13. Number 13. What starts with T, ends with T. and has tea in it. We should get into I Need No Name, because I think it's going to answer for him. We do have a correct answer on the board. What starts with T, ends with T, and has tea in it? A teapot. Sneedling, you are correct. I know it's teapot, but it is a lie. It has tea in it. The T's are only at the ends, start and end. Yes, it is. Because what do you put in a teapot? Tea. You make tea in a teapot. Okay. You see the panda there? It's a riddle. It's still pronounced T. Teapot. It's supposed to be silly. Number 14. Falls from the sky without a sound, lands on the earth, but won't be found. What is it? It falls from the sky without a sound, lands on the earth, but won't be found. What is it? I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle, here is my handle. Oh shit, I'm a sugar bowl. My dreams, sunset air, cold air, a mute snowman, stuntman, a snowflake, a mute shooter with a defeat. Snow, go. Gotta go. Bye, Grayson. Have fun. Football-sized meteor, aliens. Night. I need no name. You are after the buzzer, and you're not completely correct because it's not rain, but it is a raindrop. A raindrop is the answer. But unfortunately, I need no name. You came in after the buzzer, after the time's up. No, not all of them. If a single raindrop falls, you don't hear it at all. And they don't really make sound coming down. They make sound when they hit. You guys are all very argumentative today. It's interesting. But that's okay. That's why one of the most satisfying sounds to sleep is rain. Well, it doesn't reach the surface. Snowflakes fit more better than we think. So, yeah, okay. I don't write them, so they're all good. Number 15. Which British singer-songwriter has the hit Stay But With Me? Which British singer-songwriter has a hit with Stay With Me? We have a correct answer on the board. Which British singer-songwriter had a hit with Stay With Me? Sam Smith. Sam Smith. You guys are correct. Yugal, you are correct. Number 16. If FedEx and UPS got together and merged, what would they be called? If FedEx and UPS got tired and merged, what would they be called? Swarm, you are correct. It would be Fed Up. That gives you your second 6-pack. You ain't getting your pocket. Federal Upsy. Number 17. We're missing one again. How can we be missing one again? It must have been mine, not yours, because I know I've been keeping track of yours. So that's 16. Okay. All right. Number 17. What is at the end of the rainbow? Now our timer's not working. Our timer has died. You are correct. The letter W is the correct answer. Okay, I need to close that. And then reopen it. And our timer is back. Okay. Number 18. Let's see, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We are all good. All right. How many stars are on the Chinese flag? We have a correct answer. There are 5. 5 stars on the Chinese flag. Okay, number 19. Number 19. This online retail giant started in a garage as a bookstore. You are correct. The correct answer is Amazon did start in a garage as a bookstore. Oh, this one's too easy. This next one's too easy. I should just give you the can now. Here you go. I'm not even going to start the timer. Number 20. In which country was Elon Musk born? South Africa is correct. He was born in South Africa. All right. Today, the final score is 16. Oh, sorry. Wait a minute. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Wait a minute. How can I be missing 2 cans? There's no way. Something weird is going on. There is no way I dropped 2 more cans. Those have to be yours. There's no way we dropped 2 more cans. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yes. Okay. This is the final score. 16-4 is correct. Why were those cans disappearing? That makes no sense whatsoever. We've been doing this for over a year now. There's no way I'm just arbitrarily deleting cans. But they don't deserve to fly. Okay, so final score is 16-4. Let's have the Vikings come in and clear the tables. I don't get it. It shouldn't just suddenly disappear. It just doesn't work that way. Go back to here. Close that. And then come back to here. And then, where were we on this? Going back up here. Didn't realize it was that far back. That's funny. I must have passed it because I could have sworn it was just last week. Yeah, I've gone too far back. Oh, it helps if I'm actually in the right thing. Yeah, that'll pretty much fix it, wouldn't it? What? Don't know what that's about. I'm not touching that. Okay, we were down here. Okay, 3, 4, and 5. Tracker, we talked about. All right. Hmm. Okay, so we were talking about Twitch tracking and stuff like that, so I have to spend more time in there. Channel points redeem is an untapped arsenal that you can customize to your liking. Yeah, I have to learn a lot more about those. I'll have to go watch some videos on that. If you can merge, yeah, we were talking about that. 100% agree. And some that the segment gives you perspective. Yeah, so we've put together the new Father's Review channel. So that'll be good. Twitch integrated games is a good starting point. Maybe test them out during one of the last Friday streams. Maybe something similar to Primogen's Monday Tech News. You can have a look at the latest news regarding TV, cinema, anime, games. And we have a talk through some pre-chosen articles. Maybe allow for suggestions from Discord. I think that if we use that, the chat that I just put together, the Father's Review, if you want to put news articles in there too and stuff like that, I will be more than happy to read them and we can have conversations about them. But I'd like to keep it within the game world, meaning within the gaming industry. I'd like to keep politics out of it as much as possible. So this should be right up your alley, giving both you and Chad a topic to talk about. Okay. Let's see. The fun we have with dad jokes, riddles, etc., as well as the movies and albums we discuss every stream. I usually stick around for the game as well, but may go into lurk mode if the game is not of interest to me. To return when dad jokes start. Yeah, I expected that. What suggestions do you have to keep the interest? Just keep doing what you're doing. Do you have any tools? Okay, not really. Okay. What creative ways can I involve the chat in? Interesting. I like the idea of a leaderboard for sodas. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that because I want to keep that as a playful thing, not as a competition thing. Because then you got people fighting over who can type into Google the fastest. If you had to make improvements to our stream, what would you do? Just keep doing what you're doing. Okay. I need no name. Yeah, he disagrees with the leaderboard for sodas. I'd like it to just be playful. I don't want to turn it into a competition. Yeah. Okay. Is that streak leaderboard message I saw yesterday done with stream elements or some other custom deal? It's done with StreamerBot, I believe. I'd say games and movies mainly because, yeah, movies would be good too. I'm more than happy to talk about movies any day of the week. I know that's something you enjoy. Yes, it is. A series of animes would come in handy as well. Yeah, I really like Ghost Story. That is when it comes to anime. I really like the Ghost Story series, but the US dubbed version because it's so off the wall funny. You know, but I do like the older anime machinima type movies. Not machinima. You know what I mean. Like Ghost in the Shell, Akira, you know, those kind of things. So, yeah, it's in, to answer your question, Flu, let me pull this up here and let me see what the name of it is. What is it called? It's the, 5 watch streak. Get 5 watch streak. It's just called Watch Streak. And it's by OSU Phoenix, I think is what it's called. I think that's where I got it from. Did someone say Ghost in the Shell? Yes, the animated version of Ghost of the Shell is really good. The live action one I wasn't really thrilled about. Yeah. So yeah, so that one threw me off. But they do the same thing with Elon Flux. Is I don't think they completely grasped the concept of that when they made it into a live action. Or they tried to American movie it up too much, in my opinion. Speaking of, I think last year, South Park had an episode on AI slop, where Butlers made an AI slop video with Totoro. So we went to kick his ass. Oh my god, I hadn't laughed so hard. I seem to remember that. Yeah. They also made a prequel. I'll have to look up the episode, but they did some pretty funny stuff. That's a good way to look at it, Malieve. The live action Ghost in the Shell should never have happened, and in my mind never happened. But the manga movie was really good. It's really old too. It's because I remember it. Whoa, way back. Let's see, when was the animated version? And the animated one was 1995. The live action one was 2017. But yeah, shouldn't exist in your repertoire. Yeah, the one I'm talking about is this one here. Oh, not that. This one here. This one was really good. Definitely worth checking out. Are they making a new one? I didn't see it in the list here. Okay, there is... IMDb does not have a new one on here. There was one from 2020. Oh, okay, here it is. Yeah, there's no information on it. All it is just a single image. And it's just boobs. I'll tell you right now, the only piece of artwork they have in here for this thing does not give me high hopes for it. Because here's the piece of art for it. So, no, I don't have high hopes for it. Akira is amazing. Akira is still my favorite. Because this is Akira, if you've never seen it. This is Akira. It was very nicely done. This is from 1988, and it's still really strong. Death Note is really, really good, but the live action was horrible. The animated series was really, really good. I have it on my Plex, in fact. But Akira is still my number one when it comes to this style. But it's definitely worth watching. There's a lot in there. Well, sometimes flaws make a movie. In all honesty, I think that comes a point in time where the mistakes are what saves a bad movie. At least that's what I've always seen. It's like I remember, God, I'm trying to remember which movie it was. It was a John Wayne movie years and like way back, and he had his character had broke his foot or got shot in the foot at some point, and throughout the movie, he kept forgetting which foot was supposed to be the one that was shot. So he kept moving the crutch from left to right. And at some point, someone else in the movie said, "You don't even know what foot you hurt," or they made a joke about the fact that he wasn't keeping the crutch on the right side. It was funny. It was a nice moment. I binged a series where they tell the backstory, and the last 2 episodes left me fucked up for days. No, I like the Hamaguchis or all that kind of stuff. I really like Death Note a lot, the TV series. I have them all, and I've watched them all, but I really liked them. It's the art of that era. Good, the bad, and the ant. Yeah. Good tier maggot. The only problem with Death Note is that one moment where it should have ended and they kept going. Well, that's a problem with a lot of TV shows too. A lot of stuff. I have a theory that all TV shows should end after 5 years. Because most of the shows, because I've been around a long time and I've watched a lot of TV shows, and very few of them had anything good after the 5th year. A good example, in fact, I really used to enjoy the Highlander TV show. But in the 6th year, it's like they took all the crap scripts that they came up with and just threw them all into one season, and it was terrible. Because we used to go over to Mike Morheim's house and watch watch Highlander, and then we'd also go over and watch Battlestar Galactica, and both of those ended poorly. Highlander the movie is a masterpiece. Highlander the TV show had problems. Adrian Paul did a great job. In fact, when he did the movie with them, because they both did the one movie together, it actually wasn't too bad. What is that? Just something I read on Thor. What? I missed something somewhere. Apparently they were forced. Let me look back up here. The TV show was Buster Gas. Yeah, The only problem with Death Note is why did they keep going? Why? Something that I read on Thor's Highlander TV show was that's amazing. It's the same problem I have with Gundam. Blood is after a certain point. Yeah, that goes to the thing is most the storylines play out in the first 5 years. Most of the good storylines. And it's all right in my mind. It's all right for a series to end at 5 years, and maybe 2, 3, 4 years after that, come back with a season or something. Because if you keep going, you end up with things like Cousin Arnold in the Brady Bunch or the Evil Twin episodes. Those were usually the sign that the writers have run out of things to talk about. Anytime an evil twin showed up in the 70s, it meant something that they ran out of ideas. Yeah, House was another one. I think House went too long. In like League of Legends. No. I'm a Gundam for... Where should I start? Anime wise, I don't know. I have no answer for that. Oh, there's a movie I haven't seen in a while. I'm gonna have to go watch that. Altered States. Let's see. What are they calling the best sci-fi movies of all time? Best animated films. Where's animes? There are 45 titles on the best animes. A Silent Voice, the movie. Never heard of it. They put Akira at 4. Cowboy Bebop's on there. Death Note is at number 21. I don't even see Ghost in the Shell on this list. Oh, Ghost in the Shell isn't even on this one. Thank you, IMDb. Okay, best sci-fi movies of all time. Number 1, Altered States, which was a good movie. 12 Monkeys was number 4. Donnie Darko is number 5. Brazil is number 6. Solaris is number 7, really? 2001: A Space Odyssey is number 8. The Stalker, which I believe is one that we put up the other day. Videodrome. Jacob's Ladder, I like Jacob's Ladder. Dark City, Sleep. Yesterday's stream, I downloaded a Game Maker Studio. Oh, cool. But what I said, though, is look at Godot as well, because people talk a lot about Godot. I've never used it, but people do talk a lot about it and saying that some people seem to imply that it's better than Game Maker Studio, but I don't know. So all I know is Game Maker Studio was the one that I started using. Gattaca, Contact, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Which one? Okay, yeah. The Donald Sutherland one. Forbidden Planet still is in there. If you ever want to see Leslie Nielsen as when he was a serious actor, not a comedian actor, Forbidden Planet's a perfect example. This one puts Blade Runner at number 27, or 23, sorry, and Aliens at 24. So I don't know if I agree with this. Dan Holman wanted to end Community after 2 seasons. But because the show had an incredible success, they forced him to expand it. Kind of drove him insane. Well, I liked Community the first 2 seasons. It got really weird after that. I'm insane they fired him in season 3, then it went to crap without him. Well, the same thing with Lost is Lost when J.J. Abrams left to do Star Trek. In Lost, it went to crap. Joe McHale had to convince the producers that the show is Dan Ho's baby and nobody understands it better. So they ended up bringing him back to expand the premises. Yeah. I did try Godot in a weekend, but boot camp. It was easy to use. Is Soylent Green there? Well, let's look. Best thing about Soylent Green was the furniture. That's all I can say. Let's see. Soylent Green, where you at, buddy? Where you at, Mr. Charlton Heston? Planet of the Apes is there. Okay, Interstellar, Prestige, Matrix. No. How could they not be on there? I don't know who's making these lists, but they need to be checked twice. Yeah, you don't have style. Let me look up here. Maybe I shot past it. Jacob's Ladder, Dark City, Gattaca, Contact, Invasion of the Body, Fantastic Planet, Paprika, Ghost in the Shell, Blade Runner, Yearlings, The Thing. Of course, you have to have The Thing on there. Akira. War, what? No, War of the Worlds, no. No, Soylent Green is not on this list. Day the Earth Stood Still, the original one from 1951. Planet of the Apes from 1968. Logan's Run isn't on this list either. Terminator is number 50. Matrix is number 49. Prestige is number 48. I don't know who's making these lists, but they suck. Best animated films. Okay. Oh, this was made 9 years ago, so there may not be anything on here. Okay, Nightmare Before Christmas is number 1. Wicked City is number 2. Vampire Hunter D is number 3. Metropolis, I didn't know that there was an animated version of Metropolis, but okay. Akira is number 5. Then Aladdin, Lion King, Robin, yeah, okay, whatever. Monsters Inc. Yeah. Abrams didn't have a lot to do with Lost. He had first episode in season 4 and maybe 2 days of writing. Now, if you look at, if I remember correctly, Lost was J.J. Abrams' creation, if I remember. Let's see. Creator for Lost was J.J. Abrams. It wasn't that he came back in season 4, but the original setup was all J.J. Abrams, Jeff Limber, and Damon Lifond. And then they left because J.J. Abrams left to go do Star Trek, I think in the 2nd or 3rd season, and then came back in the 4th season to try to save it, and it fell apart. It had already fallen apart too much. The problem with Alien is that most people don't understand the concept of what the movie really shows over sci-fi. The undertones of the film makes it incredible. Yeah. This maybe by people who never saw film. Yeah, maybe, or saw those particular movies. Like, I haven't seen that, so put it on the bottom list. How could Blade Runner be that far down? That's my problem. Blade Runner, if you do the watch the one without the voiceover, it's pretty damn cool. I think they tried to remake Logan's Run. I don't know if did they put it out. Logan's Run. Oh, they did remake it in 1970. No, no, that's the one. They did a TV series. Yeah, Logan Run, the movie, came out in 76. The TV series came out in 77. And then they have something called Logan's Run in 2013, but I don't think it's the same thing. I think it's something else. Click on it here. No, this is Logan's Run. Logan's Run, a show following a troubled New Zealand teenager, Logan Walker, as he tries to break. Yeah, this is not. This is a kid trying to get into the pop scene, not actually. Yeah. But, yeah. No, they're not anime. We kind of ventured off. It did not get a remake. Unless they're working on one now and it's just not showing up at IMDb yet. Nope, I'm not seeing one. There is one here that, yeah, it's not showing anything of. No, it's not showing anything. Logan's Run, show all. There is one that has nothing in it. I'm assuming maybe that would be the thing. But the original TV series was only two seasons. But maybe they're remaking it and they just haven't got any information here. Let's see, a young man at odds with social mandatory death sentence. Okay, so there is a new one on the list, but there's no cast or story or anything associated with it. So maybe they are remaking it. They just haven't got it cast up yet. Yeah, J.J. Abrams was one of 3 creators for Lost. What did you think about the new Blade Runner? I didn't like it. The Blade Runner 40 whatever, 24 whatever the numbers were after it. It did nothing about it stuck in my head. The 2099, that one. I think that's what it was called. $2049. No, that's with. No, that's the one. The one with Ryan Gosling. Yeah, that one did. I don't know. It just didn't feel right. If that makes any sense at all. Because there is nothing in the world that's ever going to beat the speech that Rutger Hauer does in the rain on the top of that building in movie history. That speech is amazing. You know, it's just like, oh, Rucker Hauer was amazing. There's been a couple good Hollywood remakes. One of them is The Thing, the one with Kurt Russell. That is actually a remake of The Thing That Fell to Earth. It was from the 50s. The Fly was pretty good because Vincent Price was in the original, and it was a completely different kind of movie, different kind of horror movie. Jeff Goldblum did an amazing job in the remake. But the original was Vincent Price, and there was some silliness in there. The Thing is amazing. That's what I'm talking about. It's the 1982 Kurt Russell version, but its original is actually called The Thing That Fell to Earth, I believe is what it was called. I can't spell for crap. 70, no, that's the David Bowie one. Okay. Thing That Fell to Earth, that's David Bowie. No, that's The Man Who Fell to Earth was David Bowie. And then that was from 1976, and I believe they remade it in 2022. Okay, The Thing from Another Planet, that's what it was. The Thing. Pretty sure that's what it was called. Okay, Kenneth, is that the one? Thing from Another World. That's just the one. And it's pretty much the exact scientist in American Air Force first found bloodthirsty alien organism while remote. Yeah, it's called The Thing from Another World. This was the original. So if we look back, this was the original The Thing. And it's funny because one of the guys in here, his voice used to be the voice of every single ride at Disneyland. Yeah. Yeah, The Thing from Another World. So, yeah, it's a remake. But there's been some threats of remakes that just used to drive me absolutely crazy. If we look at, what was it? Let's see. I think they took it out because I think that they got too much backlash. Let me see if they left it in here. No, they took it off because they were going to remake Big Trouble in Little China with The Rock. And I went, don't you frickin' dare. Yeah, there have been some good remakes, and there's been some good sequels. I mean, like Aliens, as a sequel to Alien, was really, really good. But can you imagine Big Trouble in Little China starring The Rock? I could not find myself. I'm like, are you insane? That would not have worked in any way, shape, or form. Just no. But there was a point in time they were going to remake damn near everything with The Rock. I'm like, why? Just no. Don't do that. I would not see it. Not really a fan of The Rock. Charismatic dude, but he's not an actor. Well, there's a lot of actors that can just play themselves, in all honesty. It's like you can't really say, and this may sound absolutely horrible to some people, but you can't really say that Adam Sandler is that great an actor. He plays the same character over and over and over again in movie after movie after movie, in my opinion. I mean, he's made a shit ton of money doing it, but good for him. I wouldn't go out of my way to go see one of his movies. That's me. But for something to watch on a stream, absolutely. I watch a streaming part of that. That's why I have a huge respect for the Machete actor. Dude knows what he's good at, and he holds his... So, Christopher Walken is completely different. Christopher Walken is amazing. The Deer Hunter is probably one of the most amazing movies ever made. And when he's at that table playing Russian roulette, it's just like, oh my God. And I think that was one of his first movies. But I haven't seen from Christopher Walken, I don't think he's done anything really like bad. Okay. Going all the way back to the beginning, I don't remember ever seeing him in something where I went, oh, that didn't work. You know? Because he was making movies before I was even born. He was doing TV shows in the 50s. Yeah, Hawaii Five-0. I didn't know he was on. I might have to find that episode of Hawaii Five-0. That's pretty damn funny. Yeah. Deer Hunter, though, was his masterpiece. I think he got nominated for that. But I'm gonna have to find he did a episode of Kojak. I do have Kojak on my system. So the year before he did the Deer Hunter, he was doing TV shows like Kojak and Muggsy and things like that. That's funny. But Deer Hunter, Shoot the Sun Down, those were both the movies he did in 1978. Heaven's Gate. Oh, I forgot he was in Heaven's Gate. That was the worst movie. Oh my God. Pennies from Heaven. Brainstorm. Love Brainstorm, even though that is Natalie Wood's last movie. She died during the making of that movie. That was a fucked up movie, though. I'm sure you're not thinking of Nicolas Cage. In The Deer Hunter? Nicolas Cage wasn't in The Deer Hunter. Nicolas Cage was maybe 4 or less when The Deer Hunter came out. Dead Zone, another one with Christopher Walken, the movie, not the TV show. Michael Anthony Hall did the TV show. Not in The Deer Hunter, but the world's sketchiest actor. Well, that is Nicolas Cage. You want to see really bad Nicolas Cage, go to Valley Girl. You want to see good Nicolas Cage, because there are 2 movies where he's actually pretty good. One is Raising Arizona. For Nicolas Cage, Raising Arizona was a masterpiece. The second one, I do like the National Treasure movies. Let's see. Back to Christopher Walken. Now, what was the one where he played? It's the ping pong one. God, that was funny. Oh, that's right. He was in Batman Returns. Good old Christopher Walken. True Romance, Wayne's World 2, Pulp Fiction, of course. The Prophecy. Oh, him as the angel Gabriel in The Prophecy was amazing. Hmm. If you haven't seen The Prophecy, go see The Prophecy. Also, Viggo Mortensen does a really good job as Satan in that movie. Little Tommy Daggett. Remember when you were little and you were afraid I was under the bed? Well, I was. Yeah, the first National Treasure was really good. And only the second movie I ever liked Nicolas Cage in. If you go back and watch Raising Arizona, he was really good in that. And to be fair, Crystal gave us the greatest... Okay, because you need more cowbell. You always need more cowbell. I have a fever. We always need more cowbell. Oh, let's see what else is on here. I'm trying to find the name of the movie with the ping pong player where he plays. What is the guy's name? Oh, he was in Catch Me If You Can, The Rundown, Man on Fire. I forget. I forget the one where he plays the bad guy, and it's all about playing ping pong. Dark Shadows, the original TV series, I really, really liked. The new one, the movie, I kind of... Because what I didn't realize till I was older, because I didn't know, I loved the Dark Shadows TV show. It was black and white, all that stuff, because it was really old. And I was real young, and I really liked it because it had vampires and all that kind of stuff. I have the box set as well, and I'm rewatching it. But I didn't realize that when I was a kid that it was a soap opera, because it was a soap opera. It was written like a soap opera, acted like a soap opera, but it was all vampires and werewolves and all that kind of stuff. It was really good. So when I found it on DVD, I bought it immediately and had to have it. And I'm watching it now, and it still has all the creepiness to it, but it is 100% a soap opera. Balls of Fury, that's the movie I was thinking of with Christopher Walken. Balls of Fury was really freaking funny. And it was about playing ping pong battles. Yeah. What's up, folks? Well, we're talking about Christopher Walken right now. And that's like comedy. So Balls of Fury is comedy. So, but he's been in everything. He was also in one of the worst movies ever made, which is The Stand-Up Guys, which was directed by God, what is his name? The guy from Johnny Five. Fisher Stevens. It was directed by Fisher Stevens. Think about this. You have Al Pacino, Christopher Walken, Alan Arkin, and you make the worst movie ever with them. How could that even happen? I don't know how that happened. And it's sad because for that movie, we went to a private screening for it with the director and some of the actors and stuff like that. And I'm there. They asked me after because there's a whole talk afterwards, and I think this is the one. Let me make sure this is the right one, because the person that wrote the music for it was. Okay, let me just make sure it's right before I say something here. Composers. Where is that? Because maybe they took it off. No, I'm not seeing his name, so. Visual effects, stunts. No, it's not even in here. So it's either. Where's it at? No, he's not on the list, but I remember him being there. And it was a big deal that he had written music for it. You do a search here. Oh, helps if you actually put the vowels in the name. Okay. No. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, he's not in here. So I may have the wrong movie, but the movie was not good. IMDb gave it a 13, looks like. Oh, a 41. The Metascore on it's 41. It was pretty bad. I was just going to ask if you heard, ever been to any private screenings? Oh yeah, been to many. You know, because my one of my girlfriends was part of the God, what is it called? Basically, it's the Composers Guild. So we used to go to all the composer stuff, which is how I met Taylor Swift and a bunch of other people as well. You know, so we go to these composer dinners, and part of the things that they did, that the young composers stuff, one of the things that they did was you got free screenings of movies. So you would go to private screenings of movies with the people that actually made the movie. So we went to quite a few of those. So those were up in Hollywood. We would drive up to Hollywood and go to those, and they were a lot of fun. You know, or we would go to the dinners and things like that. So that was a lot of fun. And I've told the story of I met Taylor Swift at one of them, and she was having a very bad night, you know, and that happens. But that was probably, I'm assuming she was maybe 18, 19 at the time. So she was pretty young at the time. I don't know how old she is. But she was having a bad day, and that happens. You know, because it was at a dinner for one of the Sherman brothers who wrote like all the music for um, uh, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, for Mary Poppins, all those things. They had really, yeah, because there was only one Sherman brother left, and they were having a big dinner for him, and she obviously did not want to be there, but that happens. Let me see if I can figure out. Okay. Okay. Okay, so she was born in 89, so 90. So she was maybe 20 at the time, somewhere in that area. Yeah. How did the bad day manifest itself? Well, she was unhappy that she had to be at this dinner for a very old composer, because he was in his 90s at the time. And all the big composers were there, like John Williams was there. You name the composer, they were in this room, and I was just like, oh my God, these people are amazing, you know. And she was just having a bad day, I guess. Like I said, obviously didn't want to be there, you know, and it's like, okay, whatever, you know, and was just grouchy the whole time. So it's just bratty with a bad attitude. So I just kind of steer clear and whatever. I'm going to go over here. We'll watch all the cool stuff because Mr. Sherman was amazing. And his work was just like really, really just like, oh. I'm trying to find a picture of them. Here we go. Oh, picture didn't come up. So if you look, there's a video of the Sherman Brothers story. But as composers, they were amazing. So let me see if I can get this to even. IMDb just is not working today. It is not working at all. And quite frankly, I'm pissed about it. So, but if you look up the Sherman Brothers, they wrote a lot of musical stuff way back in the day. I'd have to see a picture of him. Let me look him up. There was a few hundred people in the room, so it's. Oh, this guy. Yeah, I've met this guy. I don't remember every composer's name. Sorry, I have to actually see their face. Yeah. Do 2 steps from hell qualify as a composer? Yes, of course. A composer's a composer. They compose. But yeah, I thought it was sad that she was upset, but it was like, okay. Yeah, the guy that you name, Inino, he did Once Upon a Time in the West, Fistful of Dollars, all the kinds, Once Upon a Time in America. Yeah, he worked on a lot of really, really cool stuff. Yep. How many Academy Awards does he have? Academy Award for Best Musical Score for no. 2022. Let's see. 24. 25. No, it's not showing him. And we have the nominees for this year. But no, I'm not seeing his name. But good for him. Italian composer and orchestrator. Worked with a few. They're pretty good. Let's see. There he is. Okay, so Hateful Eight. He was a composer on Hateful Eight, The Best Others, Legend of 1900, The Untouchables. I remember The Untouchables movie. He just did some scores for Volkov's. House of Forbidden Souls. Oh, cool. Hateful Eight. Extended version. Yeah. Once Upon a Time in the West. God, his stuff goes back, way back. Scrolling all the way down to, he's pretty up there. So his first composer role was in 1915. Jeez. That is a long way back. It's over 111 years ago. was his first composer credit. How could that be? Because he was born in 1928, so that makes no sense. I think IMDb has his thing mixed up with someone else. Because how do you, huh? That makes no sense. The next composer uncredited was 1960. I see that one, but this 1915 one, I don't know if that's possible. I think they've mixed him up with someone else. Bits and pieces of Two Steps from Hell, along with a few other epic composers, are in my workout playlist. But there's a mixture of a lot of rock, rap, metal. Yeah, I put a lot of things together like that too. If I'm working on something, I don't want lyrics. Yeah, I usually use Baroque music for when I'm working on something because it helps me concentrate. Viking battle music. Who did a lot of Transformers soundtrack. Zach Hirschman. Hemsey. It's pretty awesome, yeah. Some of the early composers are really, really good. Yeah, I also like classical music got me through 2 master's degrees programs. Me too. Like I said, and it's in our Discord under books. There's a book in there called Super Learning, and that was the book that helped me learn a lot of things, and it told me what kinds of music to use to learn with, and it actually turned out pretty damn good. Patrick Service has always been bold. That is a wig, okay. So his continues bold. He's bold, so bold his forehead ends. Color me intrigued. Check out Valhalla Calling, trio version, Merrick's and YouTube. The wife had. Okay. But I've been very lucky because I've been able to work with a lot of composers and a lot of very, really talented people. Russell Brower, I'll call out every single time as amazing. You know, who did a lot of Blizzard stuff, but also did like Animaniacs, a lot of stuff for Disney. In fact, if you ever go to Disney World and you're in the Epcot Center, he did all the music that plays in the Epcot Center. Yeah, I found the Valhalla one. I'll have to listen to it afterwards. Yeah. So, Valhalla Calling with Peyton Parrish. Is that the one? Let me see. Yeah, Peyton Parrish on YouTube. I have it. Found it. I'll listen to it. Yeah, that's Russell Brower. Then we also have Emer Noon, who did all of the conducting for all of our orchestras, for all the music for all the games we've been playing, you know, as well as the games moving forward. And then John Kurlander, who I talked about before, unfortunately he died last year. I had a lot of fun with John. John was hilarious, but had been around forever. He was at Abbey Road Studios for over 40 years and worked on everything. I was just talking about him the other day because he worked on Dark Side of the Moon. He worked on Jeff Wayne's War of the Worlds. You know, he did a lot of stuff. Oh. So just so many very, very talented people. Yeah. I'm just my delay is because I'm trying to remember exact names, because they were just all really, really good composers. And Neil Acree is another one who did StarCraft, but also did Stargate. You know, so it was good, really, really talented, cool people. You know, and I love the fact that you could go in and just say, On this part of this video, I want the person to feel this, and then they would write music to make the part that would help the people seal that. Spell. Question. LOL. Neil. How do you spell that's? I thought that's how you. I think that's how you spell Neil. Neal. Acree. Neil Acree. Yep. He wrote for both. He wrote a lot of stuff. Lots of music. He wrote Stargate SG-1. He was a composer on that for 40 episodes. But he also wrote Star Trek. Not Star Trek. StarCraft. It was way back in the beginning. It was around forever. I like Neil. His wife has the same birthday as I do, so we always thought that was fun. He did some composing for Gargoyle. World of Warcraft, of course, we worked on. Stargate SG-1, StarCraft, Wings of Liberty, StarCraft Heart of the Swarm, Diablo III. Yeah. Very talented guy, very nice guy. Okay. Neal. Yep. Please and thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. My heart, SG-1. I'm a big SG-1 fan as well. I like the movie, and I also like the series until Jack left. It was funny because me and one of my exes were at a party at Tommy Tallarico's house, and I walk in the kitchen, and the guy that plays Skara is in the kitchen, just standing there. And so he and I are talking, and I'm telling him, yeah, I really like your stuff. And my date came into the kitchen, and I'm talking to him, and I turned to her, and I go, do you recognize him? And she looked at him for a minute, and then she lost her freaking mind. She was screaming and crying and all that, and telling him how much she loved him and all this other stuff. It was hilarious because she went from completely like the bored face on her look to absolutely out of control because he was standing in front of her, and she just went on and on and on. It was hilarious. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. It's the first time I saw someone completely fangirl out. It was so funny. And Tommy's house was pretty cool anyway, because he had a copy of that was made from the same form of the Ark of the Covenant from Indiana Jones and the Temple, or the very first Indiana Jones. It was pretty cool stuff. Appropriate reaction, yes. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Sorry. But he had a full-size Ark in his upstairs hallway. And I'm just like, geez. It was very cool. I like Tommy. Tommy's another composer that is just fantastic. He also runs Video Games Live. I was supposed to see him last September because he was playing in... I was going to fly into Raleigh and go to the Video Games Live show in Raleigh, which was also around my birthday, but I got COVID and couldn't go, which kind of sucked because I was all ready to go. And I was really looking forward to seeing Tommy because I haven't seen Tommy in a long time. I like Tommy. I remember years ago I was watching a movie, I think it's called Raw 1, and it's with the guy from, it was a robot movie, and at the end of the movie, it was a Bollywood type movie because it was made in India. I think it's Raw 1, Ray 1. something like that, but it's a robot one. And at the end of the movie, he throws the bad guy through the Video Games Live logo. So I sent that over to Tommy. I go, look what I just saw. He didn't even know it was in there. It was pretty funny. Well, what definitely sucked? What did I say that sucked? I probably said something stupid, but no one. Was it Raw 1? It was Con, so... What is Con? Con. He is the biggest movie star in the world, and I can never remember his first name. Oh, yeah, given COVID for your 64th birthday, not something I would suggest you do. It was not fun. Where is this guy? Is Shere Khan or what's the name of this guy? Okay, you guys probably know. Who is the biggest movie star in India? I know his last name is Khan. And his first name begins with an S. But what's funny is based on his filmology, he's actually the biggest movie star in the world. But I can never remember his name. There he is. I think that's him. Let me see if I can. Let me get a picture of him. Make sure I have the name right. Frantic, I think you're right. Yep, that's him. If you look him up and you look up Booty Shake, the video's hilarious, but it's from, I forget what movie it's from. But I had an ex who really, really liked Bollywood movies, and we would watch them all, and I really liked him. Happy New Year was one I remember. DeWall is another one I remember. Chinny Express, or however you... Chinia Express? I'm going to pronounce it wrong, sorry. It was all around that time that we were watching the movies, so he was really, really good. But the Booty Shake video, which is in the movie, was hilarious to me. It just always made me laugh. I googled Khan Bollywood, and he came up. 3 cons. The first one. I love the fact that Bollywood doesn't take itself seriously. Yes, they do not, and it's really funny. They do really, really good stuff. But I'm trying to remember, there's another one also. There's another guy that does Bollywood movies, and he did a robot one. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's like Raw 1 or something like that. I forgot. But that's the one that had Video Games Live in it. Yeah, because it wasn't him. I think he produced it. I don't think Khan was in it. I think he produced it. Okay, let me do it this way. Let me just do real quick. Hollywood robot. And it was silly as hell. Robot. Robot movie. What was it? Get out of my face. Yeah, it's called Raw 1. That's the one. RA1. Maybe it was him. Raw 1. Oh wow, they made it into a game. Oh no, it was him. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Hollywood robot movies. Who knew? Well, apparently I did, because it made me laugh. for production, blah blah blah. But yeah, so it was a their version of Robot Movie is pretty funny. I give them a lot of credit. It kept my attention, so what can I say? But there's another guy that does Bollywood movies that is just completely out of control funny. Because he kept replicating himself, and I forget what the movie was. But this guy is apparently the biggest movie star in the world. So check him out. But too funny. So that's what you get if you look up Bollywood robot movies. I'll find the other one. There's the guy that I'm looking for. Robot 2.0. I think that's what we're looking for. Okay. That might be the cyborg. Where's it at? Mr. Robot. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, that's not the right name of it. Full movie in Hindi. Yeah, that's the right guy. It might be called something else in the US. Cyborg, Super Robot Spirit. Yep. No. Oh well, I can't find the guy's. I found his face, I can't find his name, so. Oh well. Pretty funny stuff. Robot full movie. Maybe it's just called Robot. Let's just try and take the 2.1 off of it. That might be a. Okay, I am Robot. Nope. Seth. Robot. No, this is. Kinds of stuff is coming up. Nothing that is what I'm looking for. Robot Overlords. Ex Machinima. Robot Part 1. No, I'll have to find it later. No, RoboCop. No. No, it's not coming up. Okay. Everything. Oh, wait. That looks familiar. I think it is this, but I think this is a remake with a girl. And let me see if there's another name, same name, different people. I'm looking to see if, yeah, he's in it. Let's see, is that him? Looking for a very specific actor here. Because it had a name that began with an E. It wasn't called Robot, it was called something else, I don't remember. But I'll have to find it. It was, I didn't, wait, there. I think I found it. Where'd it go? 2010, that's about the right time. No, that's the other one. I want this one. I want the original. Oh, damn it. I don't know what the hell's going on with IMDb today. It's not working like it normally works. You see. They put the skin on it. Yeah, that's the right one. But it is the original one. Yeah, it's not coming up. They're only showing the one from 2000. Why are they putting it? There's the doctor. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'll have to find it later. Brilliant scientist creates a humanoid robot that protects mankind. And then it duplicates into a whole bunch of different versions and it does weird stuff. But it's a lot of fun. It's a fun movie. Having an off day, yes. It is definitely having an off day. What time is it? Oh, geez. I didn't realize it was 5 till. Yeah. We just got carried away. I guess I'm just gonna pick someone off the list and we're gonna raid them. Because I don't think that it's gonna take way too long to raid. Pick someone to raid today. So I'm just going to wait for this
says,
to
don't
end.
forget to hydrate.
I'm gonna go ahead and just pick someone from the list that is online, then that we haven't rated, that is not rated. So SFOD is rated. Ray, we'll raid Ray. Yeah, we'll raid Ray. Raid Ray. Okay, so as soon as the zombies pass, we're gonna raid Ray. Thanks everybody for hanging out with me today and me babble about movies and stuff, but rabbit holes were visited extensively, yes. Get him talking about movies. He'll stream for 24 hours before he realizes. Sometimes, yes. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, streaming today. To that? Made it back for the ending. Yeah, getting COVID on my birthday sucked. Okay. Is he getting ready to leave? Please don't get ready to leave. Okay. Okay, and your aunt is still fat. Oh, tell me, Highlander is a good god tier. Cars go broom broom, and the stream is evolving. No more of that. All right, 19 seconds. Okay, we're going to go ahead and build the raid for Ray. So let's go. 1, 8, 11, 18, 26. Okay, we're going to send 26 people over to raid him. I will see you guys on Monday in about 2 days, 19 hours. Bye, everyone. Have a good raid. Have a good time. I will talk to you soon. Okay, bye. Thanks for hanging out with me today.